We are back much earlier today to make up for lost time for not being able to stream at all yesterday. Right at seemingly the edge of chasing after Armag. Alright.
In due time.
I got 6 level downs. Valerie has 2. Mary has 8. On early. Oh, hey Choices. Yeah, I'm on early to make up for a lot of the lost time from not being able to stream at all yesterday. Let me see. I'm going to use Scrolls of Restoration. See, Mary's the one suffering from 8 level downs, so I think I'll give them to her. And ability damage. Alright.
Request.
First, restoration.
Magritium Turinos.
And Lindsay was called forth.
Get rid of the level downs.
Yes.
Wait, did it get rid of everything? Yes, it did. Sweet.
We should move.
Alright. In that case, let's also get rid of
Adventures call to them.
all the level downs on Kaizen.
Yes.
Let's see. So Lindsay's down 4 levels and Valerie's down by 2. Alright. Do I have anything else? Remove sickness won't help this. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else that would actually get rid of the current issues. How long would that last? 70 minutes, so I'll have stone skins cast. 10 damage reduction, adamantine. Put that on. Put it on a Mary and yeah, Mary and J-Fall, since they don't have any. They don't have any. They could use it the most. Alright, let's go. About to fight Armag, I think. Alright. One's last Good Hope's gonna be up for another 5
I
minutes.
wrote it like I saw it.
We'll recast it. Oh, never mind. Zorak. The barbarian who stands before you is old, but not decrepit. His tanned, muscular body seems to be made of bronze. His eyes have no whites, no iris, just black metal, and reflections of invisible fire dance upon their shining surfaces. I greet you in the temple of Gorum. I'm Zorak, keeper of this tomb. If you've come this far, you certainly have potential. But the time has come to determine if you're worthy to enter the inner sanctum. Let's see, I'd like to ask some questions. Let me tell you if my deeds still make my worth clear. Attack, I'm always ready to prove myself in an honest battle, or I'll prove myself worthy, but let me prepare first. I'd like to ask some questions first. When I was young, as you are now, I also craved knowledge. It was only after serving our Lord in iron for some time that I realized that all the world's knowledge is but smoke on the water and dust in the wind. I can indulge your curiosity, but you should know that words can bear no true wisdom. Such wisdom is only found in the clashing of metal, the roaring of fire, and the crunching of bone. Where's our mag now? The same place he's been all these ages. In his burial chamber, inside the sacred sword in which Gorum placed his soul. Or were you asking after the bold boy who dared to take the great chieftain's name? That one proved his worth in an honest fight, so I let him enter. I know not what happened to him after taking the sword, but he never came back. Tell me about ancient Armak. I never expected the great chieftain's glory would be forgotten among mortals. Listen well, then. Armag was a mighty berserker and a valiant warlord who led our tribe from one victory to another. Undefeated, he grew too proud and began bragging that even death herself was unable to lay him low. His words offended Pharasma, so she sent her servants against him. Gorum wouldn't accept that and chose to challenge the goddess of death. While Armag fought armies of monsters on Earth, the two deities fought each other over his soul. And though Armag's wounds were too horrible for him to survive, Gorum wouldn't let Pharasma take him. Instead, he placed Armag's soul into his sacred sword, Alvinrbane, the very sword that's held in this tomb. Oh, I remember now. In the academy we used to study a song about Armag, though it wasn't so much about his prowess in battle as his prowess in bed, according to the song. Pharasma was mad at him because well, it's all lies, of course. I mean, probably. Thanks for your input, Lindsay. Who are you? I'm Zorak, cleric of Gorum and advisor to the great chieftain Armag. I stayed with him as he ascended to his glory. I saw every step on his path. I fought beside him in each of his battles. When I was slain beside him on the bloody field of his final battle, Gorum made me Armag's guardian. My god ordered me to build this tomb and keep my chieftain's peace until the day when a mighty warrior would arrive, one worthy to wield the sacred sword that holds Armag's soul. Few people have entered this tomb over the centuries, and none have exited. That boy was the first to manage to pass me. Do you think you can be the second? Thank you for your answers. No need to thank me. Nothing I told you will help you in battle. Let me tell you of my deeds. They'll make my work clear. Maybe so, but such speeches are sacred. They're like battles themselves. Once you start talking, I won't let you stop the story and leave without a fight. Are you ready? I'm ready. Listen well. Oh, I'm listening. But don't think you to defile your lips and my ears with lies. I can see your thoughts as clear as I'll see your guts if you don't speak true. Lie. DC 38. Oh, hold on. I think I could actually make the lie. I serve Goro myself. All I do is in his name. If I made a cleric of Gorum, this wouldn't even be a bluff. Alright, let's see. Moving on. Intimidate 50. I'm the ruler of the stolen lands. No one dares doubt my glory. You can clearly see I'm worthy to enter, cleric. Step aside. Alright, well, Lindsay's got helping me with a 28 bonus. I killed the Stag Lord, leader of a large bandit gang, and took his fort. I plundered Trouble, the underground monster city. It's good. I killed Vorticai, ancient necromancer and ruler of the Cyclopses. Oh yeah, that. Mages, giants, and undead. 3 of the world's most disgusting things. Yes, that's something to be proud of. What else can you boast? I plundered Trouble, the underground monster city. What glory is there in plundering a city if you spared the life of their king? A soft coward like you isn't capable of worthy deeds. Enough talk. If you want to prove yourself, draw your weapon. What? Oh. Come, nah, man. Oh, what? Just because I didn't kill him in cold blood. Whatever. Alright, kick his ass. Oh shit. He's charging right at me. Well, that was anticlimactic. Whatever. I'm gonna have to fight him regardless. Well, let's see what he had. +3 falchion, +1 full plate, headband of wisdom +2, amulet natural armor +2, ring of protection +2, cloak of resistance +3. Alright, I can actually upgrade someone's equipment with this stuff. Let's see. You can take the... Mary can take the new cloak. Let's see. And the +2 ring. See, I don't think anybody who could should even take this headband. Give it to your barbarian. She's already wearing something. What? Yeah, the war painted skull of Dufika. What does that do? It gives her the ability to summon two barbarian spirits. Have you? No, I just got it like last playthrough before I ended. Also let someone go into a barbarian rage, but it's kind of redundant. Let's see. That would be good for a leader. Here. I'm enjoying the like something that gives me an extra 2d6 plus 2 damage on my kinetic blast. So no. See, there's No, amulet of agile fist. I don't need that. Does anyone need the +2 amulet? Yeah. There. I think that's it. Alright. Dead body. What's this? You smell incense in the stale air. Alright.
This requires your attention.
Not really sure. Oh.
I do.
How curious.
There we go. And potion of feather step. That's nice.
I'm off.
Not really sure how much use I'm gonna get out of that, but it's nice to have. Alright, let's see what's next. Oh, shit. The great chieftain's tomb reeks of death. Not the ancient death of the chieftain himself, but recent death. Dismembered bodies are scattered around the room, the blood staining and pooling on the floor. You barely even recognize the remains as human. They were once members of the Tiger Lords, the barbarians who followed their leader to this tomb, only to fall by his hand. Armag himself stands in the center of the room, clenching a blood-stained sword. He breathes heavily, like a hunted animal, his eyes wild and aimless. His voice is hoarse as he shouts at the slim woman in a gray cloak in short, abrupt phrases. The woman's yellow eyes are fearless as she watches the chieftain through the holes in the veil that covers her face.
Lies. Armag's entire life a lie. Armag is not Armag. The sword says it is Armag. The sword, it calls Armag an imposter. What now? What? What to do? Who is Armag now?
Hush, my boy. Calm. You really are Armag. There have been no lies. But your soul has slept in the sword for so long, it just doesn't recognize you. It will soon, though, and everything will be all right. You know you are a hero, a great chieftain, the greatest of all chieftains ever born into this world. Remember that. Hold on to it. Great deeds await you. Soon. Very soon.
Stop lying. Armag is not even Armag anymore. Was never Armag in the first place. Armag is like the 8 mothers now. No name, no tribe, no destiny. What's left now? What? Only revenge!
Oof. Wow, that's pretty sad. So I'm gonna see if I can cast Dominate Person on it just in case. See if I can have Armag fight all our battles for us.
This will hurt! Oh, I still got it! Did this happen?
Let us strike as one.
Yeah, I guess it didn't work. Let's see. Inspire greatness. Let's see. See, you do something. I don't know what. What are these judgments again? Greater Bane weapon, I guess. And that resiliency magic. Smiting. Substance. Purify. Protection. Yeah, protection.
Can't keep this up much longer.
Use this.
I require healing.
Could this happen?
Survive. This body holds no more.
Yeah, Armac kicked our ass.
Miserable. Last chapter. Dying is
Oof. Yeah.
I'll survive. I always survive.
So I guess that's it. Yeah, that's it. Somehow everybody got back up. I don't know. What the fuck? The exhausted barbarian falls to one knee. Blood seeping from his wounds, falling to stain the floor. He doesn't look at you. His gaze wanders around the room till it stops on the bodies of his tribesmen.
Be merciful to the enemy, even as cruel as this savage. Stop his suffering, here and now.
Stand, we need to talk. I guess we were supposed to lose? Alright, whatever.
Because there's a glitch.
You can lose that battle and still continue the plot. I think it's because I have J-Fall with me. Because you can't really outright kill her. I don't know. But I guess let's see where this goes. With great difficulty, the barbarian regains his feet. His bloodshot eyes dart about nervously, studying you from head to toe. Who are these defaced sisters?
The 8 mothers fed Armagh, raised him, taught him everything he knows. Since he was born, Armagh knew no other family and no other tribe. They told Armagh of his great past and his even greater future. And every word was a lie. Armagh was just their trained dog. He jumped when told, growled, tore their enemies to pieces. He had no idea for what or why he was fighting. One more thing. Once, Armagh heard them talk about another sister, the one they all served. When he asked, they lied, said there was no 9th sister, that Armagh had misheard them. He should have understood then that they weren't to be trusted. Those who lie once are not to be believed twice.
What are you doing here?
Armagh, the great chieftain of the past, was buried here. Armagh Armagh, the great chieftain of the present, was born again. He had to return here to reunite with his soul, the one sleeping within the sword, to become whole again, to restore his power, to reign over the land again, to challenge the gods again. That's what the 8 mothers told Armagh. They lied. They were lying all along.
Why did you kill the sister?
Armagh took the sword and spoke to Armagh's soul. The sword said Armagh was not Armagh, but just an impudent brat. Ancient Armagh's rage blazed like a torch in the night. All that was hidden was unveiled at once. Everything. The 8 mothers raised Armagh, and since childhood they kept saying Armagh was a great man with a great destiny. Lies! Lies and more lies! Armagh is not Armagh. Armagh is just a toy for the 8 witches. But no more. Armagh's life is over. But at least he dies free from all lies.
Why did you kill your people?
Ancient Armagh, great chieftain of the past, invincible hero, Gorham's champion. He served only Gorham, not his people, no. Only Gorham. When he killed, it was not to feed his people, not to gain glory, not for wealth, not for power. No, it was the other way around. He fed his people to make them better killers.
The barbarian stares at the bloodstained sword in his hand, raising the shining blade to see his own reflection in the surface. His voice grows dull and hoarse.
The blade was thirsty. It quenched its thirst on the blood of Armagh's fellow tribesmen. Ancient Armagh was a great warrior, that much is true. But he was a bad chieftain. He would send his people to their deaths for no good reason. Armagh wasn't a hero. Armagh was a kinslayer.
I wonder if Amiri would say something if she wasn't already dead. I have a scroll of resurrection, but I don't think it's going to help right now. Why did you attack Bravoy?
The 8 mothers used to say that today's Armagh is a great chieftain, just like ancient Armagh. He would defeat anyone he wanted as soon as he could find his soul. They said all he needed to do was find the tomb. Then he could conquer Restov, conquer all of Bravoy. Just find the tomb. But did ancient Armagh need some stupid tomb? No, he just fought and won. If Armagh is really Armagh, he would be bound to win. But this Armagh is not that Armagh. He led his people into a trap. Realized too late that he won't be able to take Restov. And that's when the 8 mothers told him they had found the tomb. Armagh entered the tomb to become stronger, to save his people, to bring them glory and riches. But all he found was death. Ancient Armagh and present Armagh have that in common.
What will you do if I let you live?
The soul, trapped in this sword, his power became his curse. But the sword's curse brought Armagh's power too. His rays burned away all lies, burned away false destiny. Armagh sees things clearly now. Armagh will create his own destiny. A living soul is stronger than any ancient dead man. The ghost in this sword can whisper whatever he likes. He will never dominate Armagh again.
You quickly managed to find Armagh's tomb. If you had come any later, the evil force trapped in the sword might have overwhelmed the barbarian warlord once and for all. Alright. Chaotic good, you're free. Go make your own destiny or finish Armagh off. Your destiny ends here. It's not even considered evil or any alignment to kill him.
Put the beast down.
Should I spare him? I mean, technically, he did just finish killing us all, so.
Yep, another glitch.
Yep, I'm gonna take advantage of this glitch. Finish Armagh off. Your destiny ends here. You raise your hand and deal the final blow. Honey sighs and her shoulders relax. The chieftain of the Tiger Lord silently falls to the floor beside the bodies of his tribesmen, joining the corpses of those he'd slain. Alright, that aside. You finally killed someone. What the heck you mean finally? Have you not been seeing the whole playthrough? I've killed plenty of people.
No, Tristan. Yeah, you didn't kill nobody.
What are you talking about? I killed plenty of people.
You let monster go free.
This spell works
I killed the Troll King. I spared Tartuk, but like I killed the Troll King. You guys are making it out that I'm like somebody who's never tried to do it at all. Like several individuals have died in the course of this playthrough.
Not the word.
What troubles you?
All right, let's go revive the Mary. These barbarians placed their trust in their great chieftain and fell by his hand.
Anything is possible.
Alright. Lindsay, heal everybody up. As best you can.
Take the sword.
Sure. Let me just loot the rest of the bodies. I guess I'm looting all the bodies at once. Chieftain, Armagh, large bastard sword. He's got a fancy cloak, a ring, and an amulet. Alright. Collect all. Alright, let's see here.
Doesn't actually speak both.
What's the... Alright, so what we got out here? +1 natural armor. Sky metal cogwheel. Alvin Urbane. Enemy of all enemies. And let's see what we got here. A sacred sword of Gorum. Used to imprison the soul of Armagh, one of the greatest warriors in history. It has the blessing of the god of war, yes, but anyone who would take it in their hands must remain vigilant. For the faint of heart, this blessing can easily become a curse. Venerbane is an ancient or is an object of dispute between Pharasma and Gorum, a symbol of the eerie short-lived triumph of the god of war over the goddess of death. Not wishing to give his champion Armag over to Pharasma and the great river of souls, Gorum infused Armag's soul into the sword, and for 1,000 years it waited for the time when it could return to the chaos of mortal battles for which it was born. Yeah, but this was in cold blood. Oh, come on, man. You guys are trying to make me out to be a villain.
You're still alive, so you don't have to worry about going down. That's the only time. Who's gonna know? Only the dead know.
He killed like so many people, though.
Yes. Too bad I'm already dead.
Alright, what does this thing say? The soul within Arvenbane can manipulate reality around its wielder, allowing them to cast a small assortment of spells from abjuration and transmutation schools. Each round in combat, the wielder of Arvenbane risks falling under its influence and losing control over their actions. Each round, the wielder must succeed a will saving throw DC 23 or begin attacking the closest target. What the fuck?
Yup.
Each round afterwards, the target can make another saving throw to regain control. For every successful saving throw against this influence, the DC of subsequent saving throws is increased by 1 until the end of the combat. Oversized. Let's see, deals more damage, but takes a -2 penalty to attack rolls. +5 enchantment. Anarchic. Makes the weapon chaotically aligned. Dealing an extra 2d6 damage to all lawful creatures. Wielder gains the benefit of haste. This weapon sucks.
If you're the one wielding it.
Let me see here. And Mary's got a +8 to her will save. This thing sucks. I'm never gonna use it.
Okay.
Oh well.
You're gonna be so.
No, that sounds like a really bad idea. See, adamantine breastplate +4. Can give that to Amiri. Oh wait, what does her current armor do? Yeah, it's just a +2 armor. Another belt of physical might. Natural. See, a +3 natural armor. Amulets, sure. Where has that? Oh wait, no, not you. There. A +4 ring of protection, which, oh man, I can't give it to myself. I already have 2 rings. I'm giving that to Valerie. Gives a +3 ring to Amiri. And the +2 to J-Fall. And then there's a fancy cloak. Oh, it's just a cloak of resistance +4. Sure. Give her that. Then you can take the assistance cloak +3. That was it. Alright.
I'm there.
Applause, please.
You've all but cleared the Armag's tomb. And dealt with the threat that he posed. Oh, wait, what? Green Mountain Chief of Frown Lands, blood his tribe. Yeah, leaderless or no. Nightly. Their intentions.
Follow if
And almost 4,000 gold. Some random magic great sword. A +3 magic great sword. Instead of peace and calm, tension and anxiety prevail in this tomb. You can sense that this place wasn't meant for the great Armag's eternal rest, but rather just a nap while he awaited new battles. Alright, some more stuff. Hey, it's a glaive. Let's see. A D10 two-handed weapon.
I'm there.
How curious.
+4 chainmail.
What a surprise.
Secret door. Before I go, oh, no, might as well. It's probably just some treasure or something. Let's see, what do we have here? Armag took a great deal of trophies to his rest. Now they're all yours by right. Sweet. What is this? Ancient Celtic ceramic potsherd. And a longsword. A +3 longsword. Ugh, the game's slowing down. Huh. Alright.
I'm off.
Well, so much for the level up. To lower floor, outside. Let's head outside. That Bane's a real disappointment, though. constant 23 will saving throw that goes up. It's noisy at the tomb's exit. Many Tiger Lord's tribesmen have gathered here. They're arguing and bickering, and the discussion is so heated that some participants have begun punching their opposition or drawing weapons, while more level heads work to calm them down. Dugaf is here too. Noticing you, he stops speaking and gives you a warm smile. As you step forward, the crowd surrounds you. The Tiger Lords bombard you with questions about the fate of their deposed chieftain. Armag didn't lie to you. The ancient chieftain spirit really did live in his body. Still, he fell by my hand. No, I'm not gonna lie to them. Armag was a madman and a kinslayer. He led your tribe to its destruction, but I defeated him and his witches. Closer to the truth, Armag was a pathetic madman. He died in the tomb, unable to pass the trials. That's pretty much a lie. Armag was a coward and a piece of scum unworthy of his name. He fled the battlefield, hid underground, and died like a filthy rat groveling at my feet. No, I'm not saying that.
That's a better one. Yeah. Salt in the wound.
We'll do the second one. He was a madman and a kinslayer. Your words spur a new wave of controversy, and some barbarians cheer, others angrily defend their hero. Gwart, Dugaf's apprentice, pushes his way to you through the crowd of arguing barbarians. Who are they? Our elders, clerics, bards, and strongest fighters have gathered here. Everyone important enough to have a voice in the matters of our tribe. And as you can hear, they're more than happy to continue using those voices. With the fate of our tribe at stake, I can only pray that Great Gorum holds his hand and allows us to resolve it without bloodshed. What's going on here? It's a tribal council of sorts. Once word spreads about the location of Armag's tomb, elders and other influential tribesmen hurried to come here. Armag's actions have split the tribe in two. Some call him a hero, while others consider him a criminal. Armag's death failed to mend the wounds his life inflicted on the tribe. Quite the contrary, in fact. Amazing, no? The elf looks at the crowd of barbarians with pretentious indifference. Chaos and a rift. How else could this story end? Armag may not have been the best chief, but in trying to overthrow him, he only kindled the flames of a feud. Yeah, whatever. Those who curse Armag for sending his tribesmen to senseless deaths also won't tolerate those who praise him as a great chieftain. These seem like Tiger Lord's affairs. What help could I be? Your army forced us to retreat. You defeated our chieftain in an honest fight. Not really. Glitch. What's more, you've achieved what no one before you could. You delved into Armag's tomb and proved yourself worthy to enter his resting chamber. And if that weren't enough, the land where the tomb is located is yours, or soon to be yours. Everything hinges upon your decision. I say we'd better root them out, but if for some reason you don't want to do it, then give them a weak chief, or someone you can control. Otherwise, in 10 or 20 years, they'll return to your lands to try their luck once more. Alright, I'll take on any Tiger Lords who wish to leave their tribes and live on my lands, provided they swear an oath of fealty first. Or why are your quarrels my affair? Go back to Numeria and do whatever you like. Leave me out of your feud. That's entirely irresponsible. Alright, I'll take in anyone who wants to live on my lands. This time there is no yelling, no bickering. After a short, intense debate, one of the elders addresses you. We gratefully accept your offer. With your permission, we'll settle here, keeping the peace of Armag's tomb as well as the peace of your borders. There is one more issue we must discuss. Who will lead the Numerian Tiger Lords? While it may no longer be your concern, those who make their homes in your lands will need a leader. And this person will need to be respected by the tribe, but also hold your trust. If you nominate an appropriate candidate, we'll heed your decision. Amiri fought Armag. She would have won if not for the sister's dirty trick. She's worthy of being your leader. Dugaf is wise and valiant. He'll make a fine leader. Gwart is young, but he's brave and smart. In times, he'll make a true chieftain. I've changed my mind. You'll bring me nothing but trouble if you stay. Return to Numeria. Jesus Christ. It's like you pick an option. The game keeps asking you, "Are you sure, though?" Let's see. Yeah, Mary. Amiri is surprised by your words, but the Tiger Lords noisily express their approval. The crowd pushes her forward, practically carrying her on their shoulders, as everyone gathers around her waiting for her to answer. Tiger Lords, I may not be from your tribe, but, well, long story short, I just want to say the Stolen Lands is a place where, it's odd. Everyone who manages to survive here, they're exiles, but they're like family to each other. It's crap that your situation made you turn on each other, but here, in these lands, we all have a chance for a new start. Whatever your Armag did, together we'll find glory. Mark my words, I won't fail you. The barbarians greet Amiri's inconsistent speech with applause. Then the time for farewells come. Soon some Tiger Lords remain at the tomb with their new leader, while the rest begin their journey back to Numeria. Amiri approaches you, seemingly still unable to wrap her head around what happened. You amaze me. Could have given some warning or something. It's alright, though. It's not like I can complain. But I hope you didn't expect to get rid of me that easy. I guess I'll just have to figure out how to manage my time traveling with you alongside leading my new tribe. But I can do it, don't you doubt. The Tiger Lords will roam this area near your borders. If some enemy drags his ass here, he'll regret ever being born. After the new chieftain finishes his speech, the time comes for farewells. Some barbarians exchange hugs and shake their tribesmen's hands with teary eyes, while others simply clench their fists and spit on the ground, muttering curses. Finally, those who decided to return to Numeria leave your lands, and the rest surround their leader.
Alright!
Alright, dealt with Armag, the Twice-Born.
Serve to kill. Yeah.
Would you stop?
He's not gonna survive and be a leader now.
He was a psychopath with a haunted spirit sword that was gonna go out of his way to kill everybody.
Actually, he took control.
Sure he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh.
But that's what the game for.
And then the I told you so happens like maybe an hour later to say, why did you do that?
Well, you find out at the epilogue.
Yeah, I'll find out, alright. That BS. Alright, let's see. Coronation. All hardships and worries are behind us. The Baron should travel to the capital to attend his own coronation. We are all eagerly preparing.
Don't you gotta create that first.
I'm there.
Alright.
Follow if you dare.
Oh, right. I've been overweight for a while. Let's see here. Wait. So who did you put in charge of the Tiger Lords? Oh, Amiri. I figured she'd be as good a choice as any. Let's see. Drop all the hide armor. Oh, crap. Why does the weather gotta take a turn for the worse? Let's drop the heavy shields. Drop the studded leathers. Don't need to wear a chain shirt. Man, I had a lot of stuff. Let's carry in. Alright. Bandit mail. Let's see, drop the full plates. Almost there. Up to padded armors. Only 2 more days until release of Wrath of the Righteous. How are you feeling about it? I'm looking forward to it. I kind of wish I had started trying to go through Pathfinder Kingmaker sooner, so I'd have a chance to really get through a second playthrough of it. But you know, feeling good about it. Let's see. Almost have like 40 pounds overweight. So if I drop these orc double axes, one more should do it. There. All right. Let's be here. With all the weapons I'm running into, though, and such, I am most likely going to choose feats on the lines of increasing his ability to make the will saving throws. Yes, sorry. Let's see, the only other thing to do...
Why don't we set up camp?
Go to the Six Bears camp.
We should gather our strength.
In a minute.
I do what I must.
I already did all this, so I'm gonna skip this dialogue. This is just something I wanted to make sure I didn't forget to do. Let's see. I said all this usual stuff. Offered Amiri to go back. Give the money away. And that's it. I'm out. Oh wait. Now they leveled up?
Hungry. When we start.
Well, you know what? We're right at the tomb, so I'm gonna just long rest here.
Once I killed a whole herd of mammoths, but our camp was too far away. So I tied their trunks together and dragged them home for 2 days.
Those must have been tiny mammoths, the size of squirrels.
What'd you say?
So you're not gonna do this for one?
Oh, with the 6 bears? Oh no, like, I tried to get into a few chests in Armag's tomb, but I failed, so I'm gonna go, but now that I leveled up, I should be able to go back and try again, so I'm just gonna do that.
I was gonna let the next year do it.
Well, now that I actually Now that I just leveled up, I can actually just level up and give everybody trickery so they can all have a crack at it. And I don't feel like going all the way back to the capital and then all the way back again.
I'm there.
Oh, I can't actually talk to any of these folks.
In due time.
Alright, so where is it? It's right over here. Going to save.
3x remaining.
And let's see here. Level up. Lindsay. Take another level in Bard. Gain Bardic Performance, Swift Action. Start a Bardic Performance as a Swift Action. Okay. Neat. That and everything else you already have points in. Also, what? Yeah, I'm supposed to give her a feat. And to think you just sorted your loot. Yeah, well, it happens. Still need to figure out what kind of feat I'm going to give her right now. Last level up I gave her improved critical for heavy bows. Or heavy crossbows. I don't really know what I should give her. Critical focus? No.
This thing goes with her skill.
She's already got extra performance and lingering performance, so she had those way back when. Let's see, I gave her precise shot, weapon focus, 2 extra performances already apparently. Skill focus and trickery, and in persuasion, so that's redundant. I don't know. Throw anything? No. Spell penetration? No, spell focus. Enchantment. There we go. Let's see, she gets 1 new 3rd level spell. Which... choose Thundering Drums? No. Haste or remove curse? Yeah, I guess. Let's get haste. Alright. 2 more spells. Cloak of Dreams. Wilma. Cacophonous call mass? What's this do? Just nauseates creatures. I don't know how good or bad that is. Let's see. Greater heroism. Wait, greater heroism spells. Okay, it's just double. Alright, so creatures that have the nauseate condition take damage? Alright. I'm not seeing how much damage it does, so I guess it's just tied to the ability. Shadow evocation. Mind fog. Creatures in the fog take a -10 penalty to wisdom and checks and will saves. Oof. And saves against the fog is not affected. Affected creatures take the penalty as long as they remain in the fog and for 2d6 rounds after. Key shout. Guttural bark. The sonic energy that strikes your opponent, taking up to 20d6 and stun for the round. Song of Discord causes those in the area to turn on each other rather than attack their foes. Each affected creature has a 50% chance to attack the nearest target each round. A creature that does not attack its nearest neighbor is free to attack normally for that round. It's really good. Alright. So we'll get Song of Discord and Mind Fog. Book of Dreams. Nah. Alright. I feel sick. 3 bubble teas was maybe too much. Ouch. Are you gonna be okay? Let's see. Fire kinesis. Flop. I think so if I don't barf. Huh. Try to take it easy. Yikes. Oh, for crying out loud. Let's see. Kineticist gains a level up and a feat, but I have no idea what to give her. Huh. Wait, does she already have elemental focus? No, she's got spell penetration for reasons. Improved initiative. I have no idea. Oh, it's spells that deal damage. That's why it's not recommending that. Fortunes. Let me see. Hey, any recommendation on a feat for the fire kineticist?
You already got toughness, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. And next is picking up an infusion. Dazzling. Let's see. Foxfire infusion. Let's see. Your blast leaves behind flickering flames that reveal the target's location. As per fairy fire. But only lasts until the opponent takes damage. Fuck that. Flash infusion. Blinds an enemy. Oh, it has the chance to blind the enemy regardless of if they take damage from the blast. It's only for one round, but it's still better than nothing. It's either that or the ability to cast Firewall, basically. I can do without. Foxfire, no. Flash Infusion.
I am ready.
Swap out. Now level up the sister. Let's see. Right, she doesn't have much. Just give her the toughness feat too?
Yeah. She doesn't only hit.
Yeah, she doesn't. Alright, let's see. Infusion, Blade Whirlwind, no. Chilling Infusion, which does what exactly?
Cold damage?
Let's see. No, they're staggered, whatever that means. There's Grappling Infusion. Oh, I need to hit them with either the wall. Yeah, if I hit them with the wall spell or the wall infusion, it gives them the grapple condition. I'll just do that. Alright.
Just letting the ink dry.
Mm-hmm.
Upside down.
Anything else?
Alright. I got a recipe for giant scrambled egg with Shembletus. This was definitely worth going back for. And some gold and some other stuff, but this stuff can be ignored. Mainly because I'm close to overweight anyway. Staggered creature can only take one action per round. That's actually really useful. Oh. I'll go for that next then.
Adventures call to them.
Yeah, don't waste it.
I'm glad you called.
Let's see, how does this wall infusion thing work? Ice blast, cold blast, water blast. Alright, so extended range, wall. Yeah. Oh. Honestly, I still haven't really decided on what my weapon on my. I did manage to make up my mind on class and race. I'm just gonna go for the human Dragonair Scion. So, 2 down, game approach to go. The Dragonair Scion still gets weapon training, so I'll probably just focus on anything that's in the blade category in general.
Use the lamppost. I'll take this on. Ooh. Need a jet attack. Rapid speed.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. It didn't last for very long, but it still looks cool. And then if I do an ice wall, and I can do a water wall. Neat. Now here's the locked chest. Yeah, I'll probably just go a longsword and shield. Longsword, heavy shield. Unless I run into anything that really convinces me to change my mind. Honestly, the only reason I go sword and shield at this point is because I don't feel like just being bogged down by selection fatigue and stuck trying to make up my mind. Please get it.
Applause, please.
I went back for this. A Masterworks Sigh? Well, better than nothing, I suppose. Oh, I heard a ding. Somebody found something new. Oh, stuff. All right. Leave. Let's get ready to go. Alright. I learned that the Lich is actually evil aligned, by the way. That's going to change my plans a bit. Wait, how does it change your plans? You were going for a Hell Knight.
All you need to be is lawful. And then it depends on what type of order you find out.
Oh, hold on. Is it like a paladin, like you would lose your Lich powers? Hell Knights aren't inherently evil. Yeah, I know that, but...
I'm there.
Oh, wait, did you want to be lawful good? Or you need to stick with lawful, or you want to stick with making sure you were strictly lawful neutral? Want it to be lawful neutral. I don't want to take an evil choice. Oh, okay. So, what's your plan?
Oh, with you with the little stone hall.
Let's see. I honestly don't know what... Well, no, there's a few of the mythic paths that are, like, neutral, right? If nothing else, I think the mythic legend is neutral. But I think it's true neutral. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have it set up where it's like nine different mythic paths, one for each alignment. So game plan, I'll figure it out when I get there. Fair enough.
So you never change at all, Jaythorn? You're like a fly stuck in amber. No wrinkles, no scars. Even your hair is always the same length. That's so strange.
But you change, Valerie. Your beauty fades by the day. Don't you want to hold on to it forever? I could help.
We should gather our strength.
Okay. Actually, before I do anything else, I want to finally go back to that one blacksmith about that the onslaught armor.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Yeah, sure, in a minute. Alright.
I do what
Oh wait,
I
no,
must.
this is the tailor. I think you want to talk to me anyway? No, not him. Was it Chemo? Oh, good day. Why did you want that flower so bad? Oh, I don't want to tell, but since you asked me, it would have been awkward if I refused. I see, no need to tell me anything then. Well, fine then. The elf sounds somewhat disappointed. Okay, whatever, man. What did you want to ask me? Oh, you won't believe this. It's about her. She finally agreed to go on a date with me. I need to get ready. A hunter I know said that you only need one thing to woo a lady, a gift. Maybe an emerald necklace would do. But I wouldn't even know where to start looking for such a thing. Please help me. I will repay you, I promise. Tell me exactly what you need. Well, I don't really know, but surely something that can't be found in every shop or roadside tavern. You seem to put a lot of trust in this hunter's opinion. He talks a lot, and the other villagers listen to him. Chemo bends over and whispers in a conspiratorial tone. To be completely honest, I sometimes think that he's, a bit slow. The elf gives you a meaningful glance, his eyebrows raised high. But he has a lot of experience. He knows a lot of things that I have no idea about. So be it. I knew it. Chemo is as happy as a cat that's found a pot of cream. Okay. You are always so kind, and I will help you in return. You'll see. I'll come up with something so special. Chemo's gaze wanders far away. Where do you hail from? Chemo closes his eyes in reverie. Keonan, the land of the elves. The land of springs and forests. That is where I learned my craft. You would love it there. Everybody does. Why did you leave Keonan? Nobody made me leave. Chemo gives you an embarrassed look. I just woke up one day, looked out the window, and the road called, and I went. I must go. Alright. Find an emerald necklace for Chemo. I don't suppose it'd be as easy as just going to this trader here. Emerald necklace. The topaz ring. Oh, yep, it is. Emerald necklace. There. Got it. Done. Quest complete. Just go to the store right freaking there. Alright. Take a look. Is this necklace any good? Chemo looks dumbfounded. How pretty. A happy, dreamy smile blooms on the elf's face. The next moment, however, his eyes widen, and huge beads of sweat cover his forehead. Then I should go. Chemo gulps and gives you a wary sideways look. Thanks, Kaizen. You've done me a great service. I already know how I shall repay you. I'll make you a bow, the best bow in the world. But now I must go. Chemo exhales decisively and slowly walks away. Might wait for news from Chemo. Sure. carrying too much? Oh, that's easily dealt with.
You duck down the road?
Yeah, the recipe wouldn't weigh me down as much, but let me just sell all this extra junk. Let's see, Asai is a D4 piercing weapon that only crits on a 20. What's the appeal? Alright. Sell the +2 chainmail, +1 full plate. All these +1 great swords. I want to make sure I don't accidentally sell the wrong great sword. Whoa, disciple. Sell this. So +1 cloaks of resistance. I'll hold on to that. I don't need to hold on to the +3 falchion though. And I can also sell the +3 great sword. Executioner. Sure, we'll hold on to that just in case. Alright. Oh wait, before I forget, let me stock up on the scrolls of restoration. Let's see. Where is it? Here they are. 4 graders. 10 regulars. And I'm gonna buy 1 scroll of resurrection to replace the one I just used on Amiri. Alright. Let's get out of here. Next, go back to that one dwarf about the onslaught armor.
Why don't we set up camp?
Oh, right.
How could you hide everything from us? How did you become connected in this strange way? Are you sure there are only 2 of you and not like 4? Do you have 1 body? Is your grandfather really a devil?
We aren't always free to choose what to reveal to others and what we must hide, sweet Lindsay. But I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you the truth.
Last time she questioned somebody, it was a Kundea. She asked like a million questions. All he said was yes, and that was it. All right, Larnhold. Let's see what the progress on the onslaught armor is. Alright, he should be over here somewhere. Here he is. There's nothing. Nothing new. Damn it. Let's see. Yeah. Just nothing new. Alright. Oh, that's that. Let's just go back to the capital.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Man, you guys get tired a lot.
Watch where you're going in battle. If I say a monster is mine, then you find another one and don't steal my glory.
I'd rather make you mad than let a monster kill you, or any of the others.
Come on. This cannot be that important. All right.
Resting would be nice, don't
Well,
you
we're
think?
almost at the capital, so no. Save. This where
I'm hungry. When we stop?
Right. Throne room.
Your Grace, I just realized that I won't be calling you that much longer. I just wanted to tell you that everything is ready for the celebration. Your guests have arrived, the capital is fully decorated for the festivities, and the people can't wait for you to make your entrance.
Now you have what remains on the 4th curse timer and the 5th curse timer to handle with kingdom affairs. Oh. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about this. Let's finish with this.
All right then. Now we can definitely start celebrating. It's just so incredible. I'm so excited. A new kingdom is about to appear. Right here, before my very eyes. It's long overdue if you ask me. My book of our adventures is desperately lacking in episodes where the heroes are properly rewarded.
Enough, girl. Let us say a word or two as well. So, Your Grace, are you ready to put a proper crown upon your head? You have no need to answer. I can read it in your eyes. You simply cannot wait.
After everything we've been through to reach this moment, remember the season of bloom? What about the monster that almost killed Jod and me right in the middle of our own capital? And you even managed to avert a simmering war. Yes, it's high time you get something you deserve. Even more than all these Sertovas and Eldori. A kingdom of your own, and indeed your own independence.
So much has happened, and much more is still to come. Mark my words. You may have dealt with the barbarians, but there remain more than a few threats nearby. Take Patax, for instance, a basket of snakes in our backyard. But never mind. Let's stop this dark talk, at least for today. Here's what I should like to say instead. Though you change your baron's coronet for the royal crown, stay humble, rule wisely. Don't be too harsh to your people, and don't let us down, for we believed in you from the very beginning. All right, that's it. Enough lecturing for today.
Seeing if you're bound.
Well, it's time to talk to our current ally, Lady Aldori. Jamandi wishes to have a word with you before the ceremony begins. There are still some things I must arrange, so I can't linger any longer. The coronation will commence as soon as you arrive at the square.
A feast in the royal hall is a welcome change after so many blood-soaked battlefields. It appears everyone is going above and beyond to ensure your coronation ceremony is as fine as we have in Brevoy.
And you more than deserve a lavish celebration. If you hadn't arrived in time and intervened on the battlefield, many would be dead today. I'd be honored to help you govern the kingdom. Should you need my service, I will immediately answer your call.
Trust my expertise. High society events quickly become boring, and you'll be thanking the gods for every opportunity to flex your muscles. You'll learn this on your own soon enough. So, now you're but a few mere paces away from the crown. How does it feel?
That's Casil's voice, right? I didn't know Casil even had a voice until this late in the game. Alright. Let's see. That's my responsibility. I'll choose the lawful good one. Why are the others? I can't wait to finally wear the crown and claim everything that rightfully belongs to me. Neutral. Will anything really change? I will continue to personally fight bandits and kill monsters, protecting my lands from demon knows what troubles. Chaotic neutral. The whole coronation is just a stupid formality. And lawful good. I will accept this crown and rule for the benefit of my subjects. Yeah, that.
Is that so? I hope you will rule your lands with the same resolve you show today. When I decided to ally with the mayor of Restall, I was confident in my resolution. In time, I grew to question my decision. But of course, we must look always forward. Never let doubt shake your determination. Let's get to the point. As a sword lord and a defender of Restall and its lands, I want to clarify one thing before your subjects steal you from me. How do you see your alliance with Rostland? Our states are related today and for years to come. I support your ascent to the throne, but you must understand that this imposes upon you some obligations as well. Think carefully before you answer. Your words will define how close our states become in the future.
Let's see. I wish to unite our powers and make our enemies tremble at the very mention of our names. Together we will make our nations the greatest allies of Avestan. Or our alliance is just a formality, fixed on a piece of paper. Let's not bother each other and mind our own business. I'll do the first one. How bad can it be?
Then it is decided. I like it when people get straight to business, rather than wasting time in idle chat. Our advisors will discuss the specifics of our alliance in greater detail, but I already like what I hear.
Lighter border control event, Aldori fighting school, and trading with Rostov. Alright.
We are decided then. We have lingered too long already. Your people await you outside, Your Highness. It's time you emerge and greet your subjects.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Let's go talk to the storyteller, trade in all this extra stuff I found. I found a remarkable artifact. Can you tell me anything about it? I did? Not all artifacts wish to reveal the truth about themselves, but I will do my best. Let me touch it. Give Alvin Urbane to the storyteller. What could happen? The moment he touches Alvin Urbane's hilt, the storyteller bares his teeth in a wicked grin. Gorum, he shouts at the top of his lungs. Watch me, my lord in iron. All this blood, all these severed heads, all these broken weapons and pieces of armor, I throw them all at your feet. I, Armag the Invincible, best among your fighters. You led me from one victory to another, and not once have I failed you. The glory of the Tiger Lords glowed over the lands like the light of a raging bonfire. It rose to the sky like the smoke of the cities we razed. None could match us. In your presence, my lord, no one could defeat us. Not people, not monsters, not the gods themselves. Our glory was so great that even Pharasma herself grew jealous. Oh, how she wished to bend us, break our pride, show us that no one is beyond death. But you, O Gorum, you fought her in the skies, just as we destroyed her emissaries on the land. Galarian hasn't seen such a battle since the gods fought Ravagug. And we shamed her, my lord. Oh yes. As my soul was about to depart my body, you snatched it from Pharasma's pale fingers, sealing it in the sacred sword, so I might shed blood in your glory forever. My war will never end, so long as this world stands. Blood, blood for Gorum.
Blood for blood.
The elf jerks his hand away from the sword, and heavy silence fills the air. That was quite a curious experience. He eventually manages. Thank you for your help. It is I who owes you a debt for all the amazing stories I have been able to touch over our acquaintance. Alright. I've brought some relics. Are any worthy of a story? Alright, let's see. The Torix Pendant. Tokens of the Dryad. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hello? Okay, sorry about that. Now, where was I? Yeah, the token of the Dryad. Then he pays me for the ancient Cyclops coins. The Kellett tribal fetishes. Oh, here's something new. The storyteller's fingers caress the smooth metal. Before losing my eyesight, I could not help but shed tears when I looked up to the sky. So many worlds, all of them so far, unreachable, inconceivable. And now I hold in my hands an item made by inhabitants of those distant stars. This is proof that someday we may chance to meet them, for better or for worse. Please allow me to buy it from you. 600 gold for the sky metal cogwheels. The wind howls over the wastelands of Glenabon. The flames of bonfires dance to the rhythmic music of a barbarian tribe. Thousands of years ago, these belonged to the guardians of a great chieftain's tomb. Yes, the same tomb that had been forsaken until recently. Are you interested in why the guardians abandoned their post? Bring me the rest of the 5 pieces, and I shall ask them. What? I thought I had all 5 pieces. I have 3 of the 5 pieces. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I scoured that whole area. Wait, did I put one of them away? Doesn't look like it. Crud.
Did you get the Cloak of Souls yet?
Yeah, I got the Cloak of Sold Souls.
Did you give it to J-Fall yet?
Yeah, I gave it to J-Fall. It was pretty obvious I would give it to J-Fall. Alright, go out and just address the people, I guess.
Or make stuff? Did you do this thing for the barbarians yet?
Nothing that I don't already know about. Hold on. I just now got the barbarians under my control.
But you haven't set a place for them.
Yeah, I just got them. I literally just got them and got back to the capital. If there's anything I'm supposed to do after this, then I can look to do it then. But right now, busy. The whole coronation thing. No, not this time, no. Because I rushed to do everything else. Alright, let's see. King, let's bless your rule. Oof, this slowdown. It hurts. Oh god, the rain effect is really...
Baron, what took you so long? Everybody has been waiting for you. Hurry up!
He had story time.
Fair folk of this city. Yeah. Alright.
Is goblins there?
Let's see. Lindsay is almost jumping in excitement, clutching in her hands a scroll covered with solemn oaths.
I've searched all the books, but I couldn't find anything that resembled a coronation protocol for the Stolen Lands. So, I took the liberty of penning the program myself. Don't worry, I did the very best I could. Citizens of the kingdom, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great excitement and indescribable awe that I, Lindsay, official chronicler of the hero who stands beside me, hereby declare the beginning of a sacred ceremony, the coronation of the first legitimate ruler in the history of the Stolen Lands. by the power of the representatives of the other royal houses who recognize him as their equal, and according to the will of the people who accepted him, he now ascends the throne, which has been waiting empty for so long, for such a worthy ruler. My fellow citizens, I hereby introduce your king and your undisputed leader. Now he stands before you, ready to accept your will. Everyone who has gathered here, are you ready to swear fealty to your new ruler?
I swear.
Thank you. Hold on.
Erastil, save the king! Hail to the king!
We pledge our loyalty.
Long live the king!
Yeah, sure. How much longer are you gonna wag your tongues? It's time we start feasting in the chieftain's name.
I'm not subject to anyone, so I cannot swear fealty. But I have nothing to say against a king such as this.
So it is decided. And now, it's your turn, Your Highness. Into your hands we commend our lives, and humbly request you address the fate that awaits for us under your rule. Please now answer. How do you intend to rule this land and its people? With benevolence and care for those who suffer? Or with strength and severity for the unworthy?
Don't talk during cutscenes. That takes. Alright, let me see. I will not deny help to anyone in trouble who comes to me for aid. Lawful neutral, I will be merciful to those who deserve it. Chaotic neutral, perhaps with benevolence or perhaps harshly, we'll wait and see. Neutral evil, I will destroy the unworthy, but as for those who are suffering, let them solve their own problems. What the fuck? Lawful good. All who abide by my laws may rely on my mercy. Sure. Lawful good.
Will you honor the old ways and traditions, which spread through these lands long before your time? And will you abide its laws, which all accept?
Let's see. Let's start with the chaotic evil one. Laws? I don't give a fig about laws. I am the power and I am the law. If during breakfast I wish to hear innocent screaming on the rack, then I will hear it.
Alright!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Who wrote this?
Yeah.
That's chaotic evil.
Wow.
Lawful evil.
Oh.
This country will live under the rule of law, and those who break the law will be severely punished. Neutral. Only if it is wise and serves our larger goals. Nah. Chaotic good. I don't need outdated traditions or stupid laws. The will of the king is above all. I know what my subjects require for their happiness and prosperity. And then the last one, I'm going to choose lawful good. I will abide the laws which benefit my subjects and my lands.
And finally, what will be the motto under which you shall rule? Proclaim it now for us to witness, and we shall etch this solemn moment into our hearts.
Okay. Let's read these off. So lawful good, honor and law. Neutral good, hope will prevail. Oh my God. Chaotic good, mercy before law. Lawful neutral, the oath is sacred. Neutral, truth and temperance. Chaotic neutral, freedom above all. Lawful evil, life is fleeting, but law is forever. Neutral evil, the king's will's the way. and chaotic evil, death to dissent. Oh my god. Oh shit. Alright. Honor and law. Alright. Alright, here we go.
Well now. Esteemed gentlemen, fair ladies, the ceremony is complete, and now the long-awaited moment has arrived. Let us bow together and witness this solemn moment, the crown.
For all this slowdown, it's gonna be a hell of a moment. Yeah, it's a really delayed moment.
Speech, Your Highness. According to tradition, we need a speech.
Neutral. That's quite enough for today, Lindsay. The people want to celebrate, not listen to my pompous babbling. But since that's neutral, we're gonna go for fine. I shall speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Highness wishes to give a speech.
Oh, wow.
You step forward. The countless faces of the crowd, so noisy just a moment ago, now become still, their eyes all upon you. Alright, let's see here. So how do I, to begin? Now listen to me, my subjects. From this day forth, I am your sovereign and your master. My word is law, and my will is your command. But I'm not neutral evil, so no. Chaotic neutral. Brothers and sisters, the very essence of the stolen lands is freedom. No longer will the powerful dominate the weak. I swear to defend your freedom to my last breath. That doesn't sound that bad. Alright. Let's see, lawful neutral. My loyal subjects. Today is the day when law finally comes to the stolen lands. And then the one after is the neutral good one. My good subjects. My only dream is to deliver peace and safety to those who have put their trust in me. Something you have so desperately needed for so long. Your words flow as a river, sincere, benevolent, and warm. The faces in the crowd light up, as if a timid sunray peeks out from behind the clouds. One onlooker, then another, wipes her tears with a stealthy gesture, as others smile and nod with manful dignity. And then, neutral, address Lindsay. I've said enough. Chaotic good. I will make sure that goodness prevails every time. Nothing will stop us on our way to a life of happiness and prosperity. We'll create a state where there's no room for evil, poverty, or sorrow. Well, isn't that just the specialist thing to say? And then lawful good. I believe with all my heart that justice and prosperity are rooted in the law. I swear before you this day that I shall rule in accordance with the traditions and laws that serve what is good and right. Several people glance at you grimly and turn away in haste, trying to fade into a crowd. Most exchange quick looks and nod to each other, their faces solemn and sedate.
My goodness, Your Highness. I knew you were a man of many talents, but your gift of eloquence is without equal. The king has spoken! Hail to the king!
Hail to the king!
Let His Highness's name be praised throughout the century.
Hail to the generous king! Long live the king!
Well, it says long live Kaizen, but yeah.
That's right. Every word you said was perfect. With a ruler like this, the future of the stolen lands is looking bright.
Listen to me. By His Highness's declaration, the celebration has begun. We've heard enough speeches. Now let us enjoy the feast and raise a toast to the health of our king.
No! Looking forward to that.
This slowdown. The computer's not ready to handle this many people on screen all at once. Alright, the mouse still moves okay. Alright.
This was a true triumph. Forget some simple barony. Our ruler now wore the crown of a monarch. The time had come for royal feats and equally royal dangers.
Long live the king. Congratulations, your barony has advanced to become an independent kingdom. Your stats may now be increased beyond rank 6, and all of the kingdom's income will stay in your treasury. However, you will no longer receive financial support from your patrons in Bravoy. Oh, fucking hell. It's not the worst thing in the world. Alright, so I got a crown now. Alright, let's see. This royal headdress grants its wearer +6 enhancement bonus to charisma, intelligence, and wisdom. And a +2 resistance on saving throw against compulsion effects. Oh, that's awfully nice. Thank you very much for that. That's very sweet of you. Now I'm going to equip the lesser kinetic diadem, which will actually help me out. That I'm sorry, but like, I will if someone else can wear the crown, I'm going to hand them the crown. Someone else can wear the crown. Okay. Who do I hand the crown to?
You're queen.
So it's just an enhancement bonus, so. No, Valerie doesn't really need it. That Paragon Defender is better. Kalik, I don't think uses it, but I think the Dark Elementalist uses a mental stat for her. Let me check. Class. Blast. Dark Studies. Bonus to will saves. Yeah, here it is. She uses intelligence instead of constitution for her abilities. Hey, that's a pretty good looking crown on your head. Oh, there she goes. She can enjoy this +6 bonus. Nice.
Now, what other matters will report?
Alright, let's see. Speaking of, so we're done with the Stolen Lands, done with that, done with the prologue, done with Twice Born. So there's the companion quest, which apparently we're all done with that too. Unlock espionage. Alright, so we'll have to deal with that. A bloody craft. Arrest Morhaman. Yeah, I'll do that. A trail of misfortune. Discover what's going on. Yeah, I took care of the Fae. Williams Advisors has to face this crisis. Okay. And then Affairs of the Heart. Right. Just wait for Chemo to talk about it. You also pointed out that there's the curse that needs to be dealt with, but that's in 47 days. Holy shit, I had more time than I thought. Let's see. Add 5 regions to the land, which I can do that too. Alright. All that out the way, I guess I can now focus on the kingdom building part of the game. At least in earnest, anyway. Let's see. No, Canera. Let's see. Canera is leaning lazily against the wall. The tiefling's expressive eyes glare at you. I was expecting you. How is my king? I'm sure you must be terribly bored, chasing after monsters and defeating enemies over and over again. Don't you want to take a break from the routine and celebrate your triumphant rise to power? Might have some fun, sure, why not? No. It's about time to say. If you anymore, it's over. No. Tell me the truth, Canera. What do you really want? Me or my crown? Booty call. I mean, I did just hand her the crown. I mean, it was for a point of edge, but I mean, is that all it takes? Like whatever love interest you give the crown to, boom, there it is. Like that's the girl you're interested in? Damn. I didn't think it was that simple. Well, whatever. Tell me the truth, Canera. What do you really want? Me or my crown? Because I just handed you the crown. The tiefling freezes and looks at you, completely baffled. Why, isn't that question a little too forward for an ordinary affair with a passing foreigner? Why do you ask, anyway? Canera blushes faintly and bites her lip anxiously. You can tell when a tiefling blushes?
A few changes. Like you so like you.
Sure. Let's see. I see no point in double talk. You are smart, ambitious, and beautiful together. Let's see. It's nice to know you. Like you. Doesn't matter. Forget I asked. We could just have fun like we normally do. It's about time to say I don't meet with you anymore. It's over. I just want to know you. I really like you. Canera opens her eyes wide and keeps silent for a long minute. Then she looks around as if for a way out and says hastily, "Of course you like me. How could you not? Who could resist these horns and this tail? Surely no one." Listen, this isn't a good time. You probably want to rest, not talk to some bothersome tiefling. I'll go for a walk, and then I have something to do. So long. Canera practically runs out as she speaks the last few words. I probably should have just gone for the booty call. Jesus. She ran. Well, I rule alone. God damn it.
It's an option.
It is. I didn't think who you equip the crown to would be like the one that makes the extra push to further relations, though. Well, whatever.
You just have to be part of your party. And everybody else gets triggered with attacks.
Sleep. Alright. Leave. Alright, here we go. Lindsay shifts from foot to foot. Kaizen, not all diplomatic problems are solved openly. Sometimes a problem needs to be concealed, and sometimes knowledge needs to be ciphered, and secrets overheard. To do this, you would need a spy chief. I'm not fit for the job. I'm used to speaking my mind, not keeping silent. Please find a worthy minister for this position, and meanwhile, I will try to handle today's delicate matter. There is a guard detail from 7 archers at the border. They were sent by the voice of the wind, one of the elder druids who... Oh, right, I already dealt with this. Yeah, I remember. She already... Yeah, before I wound... I focused too much on the kingdom and then let Armag get the power and whatever and failed that. Let's see. She wanted me to help the elf flee. Make sure the elf reaches Keonan. Alright. What else we got? Jubilost. Kaizen, the movement of goods through our lands continues to grow. It's time we exercised your right to charge fees and taxes on merchants who enter your borders. In the past, Bravoy has exercised this right, but now it's in your hands. You only have to decide what to levy taxes on. I recommend you to steer to the middle course. Do not oppress the merchants too greatly. Do not believe their complaints and claims of poverty either. Actually, what would have happened is that Armag would have possessed Armag, leading into an even harder fight. Oh. Well, that's pretty bad, because I lost that fight anyway. It sucks. Alright. You should place a tax on goods for the rich and on craft materials for artisans. They both have enough income to survive these taxes without going bankrupt. Certainly, you're free to dismiss my advice. After all, what's the word of a famous traveler who's seen so many countries and watched how they prosper? Alright, let the merchants pay fees when importing luxury goods. Let the merchants pay fees on luxury goods and materials for craftsmen. Everything, every single item to the last apple will be taxed. Ah, America. Alright, let's see. No, chaotic neutral choice effects. There will be no taxes. I honor the river freedoms. How should I decide? I will leave this in capable judgment. America. Yup. But that's... no, I better not. I'll follow his advice on this. Sure. Jubilas nods approvingly. I can see you like reasonable solutions, and do not stray to the extremes. This is commendable. Community -2, loyalty -5. Your Grace, there is one small matter, a series of small matters actually, that's growing into a larger problem. Oh yeah, the goblins. Right. I remember this. Well, first things first, let's assign a Kundeo as the minister. Right. The truth of the blade. The priest has been appointed the official judge of duel, and plaintiffs are allowed to choose between taking their matter to him or to a regular court. The people are quite pleased with the innovation. Alright, so the guy that kept trying to encourage duels has been dealt with. Loyalty +1, relations +3, and 3 build points. Like livestock. Oh, the slave traders. The slave traders received a delivery of slaves. As soon as they descended to the cargo hold, these captives, carefully selected for their skill in hand-to-hand combat, engaged the slavers and captured the ship with their bare hands. They brought the ship to shore and provided the true captives with shelter and care. Community +4, loyalty +5, and economy +3. Leave it to Jubilas to get things done right. Right, the coronation was a success. Loyalty, relations, and culture +3. Let's see. Relations +1. The diplomat, the treasurer. Goblin problem. Right. Yeah, this again. Indeed. Other. Aldori Fighting School. Jamandi Aldori is eager to send Sword Lord mentors to your lands as a token of support and friendship. Effect: all military academies in the kingdom provide an additional bonus of +3 to loyalty and +2 to stability and military. All Sword Lord academies in the kingdom provide an additional bonus of So military and Sword Lord academies. +3 to loyalty, community, military, and stability. Alright, hold on. Let me see if I can reassign Casil Aldori. Never mind. Oh no. Casil's goals is to strive to help those in need, so he's better to have, even if Amiri has a better bonus. Let's see. As for my minister, we'll assign a Kundeo. Econ Ops for non-violent and honorable measures. Awesome. Curses. Study into the effects of Tartuk. Sure. Let's see. Easier claim. Region claims and upgrades cost 15% less. Trading with Rostov. Our good relations with Eldori allows us to commence trading with Rostov on favorable terms. See, every region along the Brevin border with a non-military upgrade provides a +2 build points per week. Oh.
You have to build your kingdom.
No, I have to go back. I have to go along the kingdom and remove military upgrades. Like the walls and such. Which, sure, I guess. It's not the worst thing in the world. Lighter border patrol or control. As part of the agreement with Jamandi Eldori, we've halted our patrols along our shared border. This is the kind of confidence building gesture that our Eldori allies appreciate. +2 bonus when pursuing any opportunities in the regions along the Brevin border. Also improves relations by 5. Sure, go for it. Improving economic status. Wait on that. Trade agreement with Sertova. Costs 1,500 build points. That shit can wait. Trading with Rostov. We'll assign Jubilos to that. The walls have ears. Daggermark spies have infiltrated the palace and are trading in its secrets. Fortunately, all information about camps and troop formations has so far been kept safe. However, rumor has it that information about the palace's secret passages and court policies will soon be available to the highest bidder. The whole country will be at risk unless this leaking is stopped. I'll send a Kun after it, and we'll have him deal with it. Circus. No one's available to help with the circus. Whale hunt. No one's available with that. Actually, I think everybody's busy now. Oh no. I guess the priest isn't busy. Alright, so the border with Rostov is Varnhold, Dunsword, the outskirts, and Glenabon, I think. Okay. Claim Silver Step or the Kame lands. There's the Tours of Lebanese and Dunsword. I think I can claim Dunsword anyway. And what do we have down here? Got a book. Alright. I'd say that's just about everything. Alright. Let's go deal with Knock Knock and his shenanigans. Oh. But I'll be right back. I gotta take a quick break. And I'm back. Oh, huh. Sort of. Let me just reset that to game capture screen. Okay. Whatever you're eating seems worth it. For the most part, yeah. Actually, the only thing I really did was order something. Still gotta wait for it to come in. Everything else is just getting ice and so on. Okay. Let's see. Here's hoping I can get this restored. I also gotta go ahead and level everybody up. Before I forget, give Octavia the robe of transmutation. Can't really think of anything else I mandatorily equip. Alright, let's level everybody up. Starting with Jubilas Norfrock. At least I just ordered some tamaki. I wanted something light. I don't even know what tamaki is. Expensive as fuck, but at least it's light. What's tamaki? Let's see. Don't really have any other skills to give them. Let's see. Next. Okay. Leveling up Jubilost. The only thing I really would give him is stuff for his bombs. But I think I got him everything. Yeah, he's got improved critical on bombs too, so I don't really know what to give him. Does a bomb count as a ranged weapon? Not really. Alright, so rapid shot and clustered shots isn't going to help. Tamaki are like California rolls, but bigger. Huh. So you mean it's like a sushi? It is a sushi. Neat. Neat. Right. Ability focus bombs. Can I get another ability focus? Let's see. Nope. It's not even possible. Yeah, you're right. I'll take extra bombs. How many do I get? An extra 4 bombs a day. Yeah, that's good. All right. Let's see, what do we have here? B shape, level 3. Spell resistance, which is 12 plus your caster level. Yeah, get that. Restoration requires diamond dust anyway, so I'll just keep subverting that cost with scrolls. Alright. And now knock knock. Level up to all the usual. More religion. Yeah, I don't need to get improved critical for him because both his weapons are keen already. I don't know. No, there's no point. It doesn't stack with the keen element on the weapons I have him use. Both the weapons he has are pretty damn powerful, but you know, since improved critical doesn't stack, like it says it at the bottom, this effect doesn't stack with any other effect that expands the threat range of a weapon. So it doesn't do anything. So I gotta look for something else to get him. I wonder if he can get greater 2-weapon mastery. It's got improved, so what do you need for greater? Let's see. It needs a base attack of plus 11, which I guess he's not at yet. No. Crit focus. You are trained in the art of causing pain. You receive a +4 circumstance bonus to attack on attack rolls made to confirm critical hits. Yeah, that. And so you know, I wasn't kidding. Both the weapons he has the keen feat already, or keen property. So he's already got a high chance to crit. Let's see, Octavia. Invisible Thief. Let's see. At 9th level, the arcane trickster can become invisible, as if under the effect of greater invisibility as a free action. Maintain number of rounds equal to arcane trickster level. Her caster level for this effect is equal to her cast level. These rounds need not be consecutive. Oh, neat. No. What should I give her? Yeah, spell penetration. We're getting around that level and everybody should probably be able to focus on getting it. The spell specialization or haste. Move on. And 2 6th level spells. Let's see. B-shape 4. Become a large smilodon, a shambling mound, or a large wyvern. Which, compare it to Dragonkind, I don't see why I would go for anything but. Transformation. Transformation basically says you become a martial character. For, let's see, her caster level, so like a little over 10 rounds. Let's see. I'll choose Dragonkind, because why the hell not? And Stone to Flesh. Don't know how often it would come up, but it'd be nice to have. Yeah, screw it. Alright. Next up, Ragungar. For anything else, let's see. Gave him the robe of air. Yeah, we'll just keep him with that. Let's see. Ring of planar protection. Should probably give him a regular ring of protection. But that can wait. Oh wait, no, this already gives is a +2 ring of protection. Alright. Magus. Arcane heavy armor. Arcane weapon gives makes his weapon a +4. Let's see. Not trying to give him spell focus evocation, greater spell focus evocation, combat casting, weapon focus, skill focus, use magic items, weapon specialization, dodge. What should I give him? Does he already have improved critical? Yep. The heck should I give Ragungar? Guess I'll just do what I gave everybody else. Spell penetration. See, he's already got lightning bolt and haste. Displacement, I guess. Let's see. Fire snake. What does this do? Create a 50-foot long line of flames. Fire snake affects all enemies in a line. Avoiding allies. That's not bad. Alright, Vampiric Shadow Shield. Let's see. Alright, Vampiric Shadow Shield. And since I can't see anything better to pick, I'll pick the Fire Snake. Alright. Next, Heron, because clerics are always easy to level up. This shouldn't take long at all. Just gotta decide on a feat. Hmm. Let's see. Toughness. Let's see. Steel Soul? No. You know what? I think I'll just give every spellcaster spell penetration and call it a day for now. Let's see. What do you want? Alright. Let's see. Create Undead Destruction. Spell instantly delivers 10 points of damage per caster level. If they make the fort save, they instead take 10d6 points of damage. Jolting Portent. Creature you designate is surrounded by a glowing red aura of vengeful hate. Once per round, when the target makes an attack or casts a spell, it must succeed a fort saving throw. If the target fails, it takes 4d6 plus your wisdom modifier of electricity damage. And no damage on a successful save. Okay. Okay, Dictum. It's just the opposite of the semi. Bestow Grace of the Champion. Channel the power of good and law into a target, temporarily giving power similar to those of a paladin. The target gains immunity to disease, a fear, adds charisma to its saving throws. And the target has to be lawful good. This is such a useless spell. Greater Restoration. Resurrection. The spell functions like Raise Dead, except that you are able to restore life and complete strength to any deceased creature, even the ones killed by death effect or disintegration. Upon completion of the spell, the creature is immediately restored to full hit points, vigor, and health, with no loss of prepared spells. Summon Greater Elemental. Umbral Strike. Create a bolt of dark energy and use it to make a ranged touch attack that ignores concealment. Let's see. Up to 20d6, half if they make the save. Bolt Shadow expands and covers the target, rendering them blind for the duration. The successful save halves damage and negates the blind. Create Undead. Summon a Grave Knight or a Guardian armor. Okay. Gross. Well, that's his level up done. Alright. Let's see. Level up the usual skills with Fecundeo. Clustered shots. I kind of don't want to get this because there's been plenty of times when he's killed one target and then managed to hit someone else with one of his others. But then again, I really don't have anything else I would give for him. Yeah, he's kind of done. Let's just get that. He's got a new favorite terrain, though. So, let's see. Highlands, plains, underground, or urban? What do you think? He's already got first world and forest.
Urban?
Urban? Alright. Urban it is. Let's see. Tristian. Again, clerics, easiest class to level up. Because most of the focus is in the spells anyway. And they can swap those out at will. Still, I'll take some time with it. No, I won't. Greater elemental focus, fire. There. Moving on. He's done. And next up, Valerie. Fighter. Let's see, gain the total cover ability, so she cannot be flanked. Move up the same two skills. Let's see. Greater weapon specialization, bastard sword. Let's go. I did choose. Yeah, she's got Cornagon Smash and Dreadful Carnage, so yeah, she's done. Amiri, you're up next. Barbarian. Level up the same skills she's been raising this whole time. Oh. Hold on. That's right. We'll put more focus on her strength for athletics. Yeah, I'll just get extra raised power and more reduced damage. Judgment, for all the good it does. It's probably really good, I just don't know what the hell I'm doing with it. Oh wait, she doesn't actually have weapon focus for her scythe. Wow. I really messed up with that. Alright. Let me just double check to make sure. She's already got improved critical finish. Leaving finish, yeah. Is there anything better than that? Anything about cleaving? See, nope. It's looking like I got everything that involved cleave. Neat. Let's see. Faster. Blocking healing abilities. Gains resistance against effects that restore HP. Get remove curse for obvious reasons. Inflict wounds mass. And cure light wounds mass. Worry about anything else later. Round and blinded 1d6 rounds. Wow. Maybe I should look into that instead. Resounding blow. And last but not least, Kaizen. Let's see. Found out Piranha Strike will not help the kinetic sword. Vital Strike doesn't help it. I got shield, focus, and missile shield. Got improved critical. I'm not really sure what else to get for him. Well, I can do the same thing I did for every other. No, wait, no. I think I already got toughness. Alright, I'm in trouble. I have no idea what feat to get. The usual ones were already gained. Point blank shot doesn't help for a melee attack. I found out Piranha Strike doesn't work with the kinetic sword, neither does Vital Strike or Power Attack. What do I get? Dodge? I guess. Synaptic Infusion. Let's see, what does this do? Your blast sends strange electric signals through the target's body, scrambling its synapses and causing it to become staggered for 1 round. Which I just learned what that means, so that's pretty good. Now if I could combine that with Blade Whirlwind, that would be great. Alright, that's it for the level ups. Alright. Bless you. Minder. Okay. First things first, we're gonna go talk to Canera or Khalid. Then talk to Knock Knock. Sister. And I'm back. Finished my meal. Surprisingly, 5 salmon wraps were pretty light indeed. Should have ordered some more. Well, make sure you don't break the bank doing it. Nah. Yeah. Let's see, you would like to talk to your sister. Hey. Alright, I wanted to talk about a personal matter regarding your sister. I knew something happened. There are scorch marks all around the house, as if someone got too anxious and couldn't control herself. Tell me, what happened? See, forgive me if my words offend you, but I like you and your sister, both of you, and not just as my companions. Don't know react, but she behaved rather strangely. That's a little too much of a play for me. I told Canera that I like her. She reacted strangely. She broke off our conversation and ran away. Did I do something wrong? Kalik pinches the tip of her tail pensively, and her face brightens with a smile for a moment. Double standard, go. Do it. No, I'm not doing that. No, yes. The answer's yes. God damn it, man.
Twins! Come on, man.
You're both horrible. But if it's possible. No, I'm not doing that.
You can drown in ecstasy.
There's literally a spell called Wave of Ecstasy. If I really need to do that, I can have that cast. Let's see. There are some things that baffle even my cold and rational sister, and she gets lost like a child. Sincere mutual affection, not to mention love, is one of those things. You know our story. Most of our lives we lived in disguise. Canera has always been surrounded by admirers. I can barely remember a week passing without her receiving an invitation to courtship. But who was it that her suitors really pursued? Our whole story was fiction, and our faces were illusions of beautiful Azamars. The lucky ones who my sister allowed to get close, not only could they never look into her soul, they didn't even see her real body. I'm sure that her response to your confession would be to sneer, put on airs, or pretend she doesn't care about anything. But in truth, I think she's perplexed. She's never been in a situation where someone liked her for what she really is. If you do care about her, then show her. Show her and earn her trust. Alright? So what do you propose I do? Be patient. Don't forget to impress her. Don't let her down. Life with her is chaos and unpredictability. The feeling she had. Wait, is this is a typo? I'm pretty sure. The feeling that has to be a typo. All right, I think it's she. The feeling she has blossomed. No, that doesn't make sense either. The feeling that has blossomed, but yeah, all right. The feeling that has blossomed between you can die just as easily. Much more easily. Forgive me if I can't help you beyond this simple advice. Thank you, Khalid. I'm glad to help. I never wish to see you or your sister in my domain again. No, that's terrible. Don't do that. Talk to your sister if you wish. See, we can at least switch when we want to. Alright. Sit. I think I scared you during the conversation in my chambers. That was awkward, wasn't it? I'm sorry I ran away, hiding my embarrassment in such an awkward way. It's not like me at all, is it? Canara flashes a perky smile. Let's see. This entire conversation was a mistake. Let's forget about it. Or, nah. I don't want to pressure you, but please know that everything I said is true. Canara's cheeks blush again. As you wish. You see, everything is fine. You like me, I like you. And we can keep having a good time and enjoying each other. Alright. Let's do time alone. Nah, that can wait. Let's see. It's always open to you, doesn't matter. Okay. And with that done, we move on. This double standard go. Fucking hell, man. Now, that said, if she said she was up for, if they both were up for it, I wouldn't say that. You could have had both sisters. Well, I didn't know that, so there you go. Moving on. Let's see. Deal with you. And you. Oh wait, hold on. Before even that. Is there any other quests that I need to do? Some farm hall. Pretty sure there was a quest that asked me to go get a rock egg. Oh wait, no, I did that. Neat. Apparently.
Did you upgrade your kingdom yet?
Not yet. I'm gonna deal with Knock Knock and Knock Knock's quest first. It's kinda it. Yeah. Oh right, these guys are weaker. Oh right. We gotta sell all this extra magic gear. Yes, I'm about to. Alright, first things first. So the rings of protection. All the rings of natural armor. I think someone can use the +2. Right, let's finish equipping up the rest of the party. Give her the amulet protection +2. I think that's it. Yeah. Let's get ready to sell the rest of this. Don't need the belt of giant strength. +4 con and strength. Let me see if there's anyone else that can actually benefit from that. You can. Let's see. You can as well. Sell the one you're currently wearing then. I'm not gonna use this. Or this. Or this. Alright. And while I am most likely not going to use the Arven Bane. It's like, you don't sell weapons of mass destruction when you care about what happens. Let's see. Put that. Did I have someone earlier? You. Alright. See. Yeah, I think that's everything.
I do what I must.
465 weight. Yeah, I can totally carry that.
I'm there.
There we go. What do you want? See? Here. Now, moving on. You always forget to store the weapons you're not using. Yes, I do. I'll get to it eventually, one of these days. Where the hell is Knock Knocks? No, it's supposed to be somewhere around here. Pretty sure. I also forgot to talk to Oh, right! I gotta talk to him in town. Right. You gotta do things. There's an order to these things. You don't just press start and then get to the in-game credits. Alright then. Alright. Guess I'm gonna choice to visit the shrines. Okay. Now we'll go deal with it. Alright. 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 Again, since I already dealt with all this before, I'm just gonna skip over it. Take off that ridiculous costume. Yes, yeah. Alright. Awful good. Destroy these. Oh. Alright. This is a sad show. Yes, it is, but I'm not going to go for the effort of repeating it or rereading it. Right. All that aside. Right, that all aside, let's move on. And what else is there to do? I guess just rule the land. Quest. Rule servants. Build a kingdom. Spare. Success. Create a bigger settlement. Right. Add 5 regions to your lands. Sure. Increase the ranking so the ranks of the kingdom stats 40 times. I already did it. Yeah, sure, whatever. 5, 10, 25. So another 15 times. Easy enough. Sure that nothing distracts Shania. Yeah. Let him craft, arrest that guy. And yeah, so most of this is just wait for news. Alright.
Get gone! What you doing? Should work for attack. Or safety measure.
Everyone's done. Oh wait, do I still have to go to Varnhold? I think I, yeah, I think I still have to go to Varnhold. I don't think I saved the what I did over with the what's it called? With the militia. Let's go over and check. Varnhold. Still telling me you want me to come over? Nope. Alright. Then, for the most part, that's it. Gonna work on finally expanding the kingdom.
May we have a moment of respite?
No. Because you're almost there anyway. Wrong game. Although I do plan on actually getting Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. See how that works out. Tell you how to find that necklace for Chemo if you're interested. Oh, no, I already did. He was looking for an emerald necklace and I just bought one from the trader that was in the same town. That was it. I mean, I was a little surprised that it was honestly that easy, but I'm not gonna complain. Let's see, while we wait for all these events and such to get done, let's level up the kingdom a bit. Alright. I'm gonna claim a region. Let's see. Claim the diurnal marches. Wait, why can't I claim the Kame lands? Oh, everyone that can help is busy. Okay. Silverstep. Tristan. Alright. I don't have the funds. The Deep Neural Marches. Alright, Jar can help me with that. Do it. Alright. Claim this and this, 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 this. I think I can't claim Patax, but because, you know, it's right there. Alright. There are no marches. And he hasn't asked you to do another quest for him? Not yet, no. Let's see. Good neighbors. Right, the curator commissioned a local troupe to stage a play about the Staglord's gang. Tensions in the region are easing off. The people still remember the times of trouble and are discussing the politics of their new ruler. Culture +3. Well, hunt failure. No one can do it. The walls have ears. Triumph. The advisor's agents set a careful watch around the palace and managed to trace the spy. This was done so cleverly that he never even noticed. He continues to broker information, and neither he nor his customers suspect that it is now entirely fabricated. Relations +1, espionage +6. Let's see. Hunt for Moreland. Its current location has been discovered. Let's see. Minister demands your attention. Hell Knights arrived in the capital. Here we go. Yeah. And artist freedom. The shipwreck. I guess Keston work on the shipwreck. Trade fleet was lost to a sudden nighttime storm. Water washed up a wealth of goods on the riverbank. People gathered in the morning to pick through the ownerless goods. Alright, Keston, get to it. Artist freedoms. Engine. Yeah, I think I remember this. Oh. Alright, let's go. Circus. Circus is... oh my god.
Costly?
Well, like, the chance of success is only 25%. It's so freaking low.
Woo! Who's doing it?
Well, that's if I send a Kundeo to deal with it.
Uh-oh.
Like, depending on what advisor you send on these things, like, the difficulty goes up.
Yeah.
But, nah, screw it. And Kundeo wants to talk to me anyway. Oh, first the Hell Knights. Which I've already spoken to already, so I'm skipping through this crap. Who's the... yeah, they're looking for Darwin. Let's see, can I help with the investigation? They pretty much go, no. We just need you to stay out of the way. Let's see. I tell them catching criminals is one thing, but burning books is too much. To which they try to justify why they do it. Alright, but yeah, I'm lawful, not chaotic, so I authorize them to conduct their investigation. There he is. Kaizen, these lands are like a forest. Everyone is hungry, and all keep constant watch on their predators and their prey. What you need is ears, by which I mean spies. We don't have any yet, but others do. They're planting them among us. I must stay in the shadows so I can catch them. Don't tell anybody I'm your head of espionage. Simply tell them I'm a minister. Keep it simple. A crowded caravan has arrived. The kind that often carries illegal goods. The guards searched the caravan and found a stash, but it didn't have potions or artifacts. It contained spying equipment. It's unclear who the spy is, but he's clearly experienced. He had fine tools. We must catch the spy to track down his master. This is an animal that must be stalked quietly. We'll need a tail on every member of the caravan, but let them keep back. No threats, no torture. There's only one spy. The others are not at fault. Let the guards watch those who arrive by the caravan. Tell the merchants that if they hand over the stranger, we'll see. If they fail to hand over the stranger, we'll seize their gold and goods. Put all the merchants on the rack. Now, who in your opinion sent the spy? The ranger shrugs. An enemy, a neighbor, an inquisitive mind. We haven't picked up the trail yet. We must keep looking. Alright, let the guards watch. Akon nods. I'll order the guards to keep an eye on the merchants. Community -1, stability -1. Alright. Hopefully he knows what he's doing. Wait conclusions of Lynxio's investigation. And I think I answered you earlier, but in case you didn't hear me, Atrocious, no, Chemo didn't send me any new quests. Scouting projects. With special projects, you can find locations you missed within Kingdom regions while exploring the territory. Use projects to send scouts, and after a while they will return with information about a new location. After some time to rest, scouts will be able to continue exploring the region for more locations. Okay. Espionage +1. Sure. Well, no, I'll have Casil do that. 15 days. Meanwhile, I'm gonna rank up my espionage. Because it's really, really low. Before I forget, is there anyone else I want to assign with anything? No. Not yet. Alright. Ancient curses upon us. Alright. Gotta go deal with that. Shipwreck, a success. Wow. You only had like a 25% chance. Not bad. Alright. The advisor secured the riverbank and warned the local mayors that all the goods would be recovered by the crown, and methodically inventoried and returned to their rightful owners. Word is spreading about this region's excellent reputation. Economy +2, relations +5, stability +3. Lighter border control. Our Brevin partners aid us in the board regions whenever we ask. Relations +5. +2 bonus when pursuing any opportunities in the region. Alright. Easier claim. Region claims and upgrades cost 15% less. Alright. Uncanny well. A strange occurrence has the subjects agitated. It's time to learn what happened. Okay, Jafal has news. Jafal learned something important about Eneo, the merchant that fled from you. She wants to discuss it with you. Lindsay wants to talk. The bard has some unpleasant news. Appears. The peasants in one of your regions flatly refuse to pay their taxes. This year the spring came late, and last year's harvest was poor. They barely have enough food for themselves. The citizens of the neighboring regions are watching the situation closely. Who should be put in charge of handling it? Let's see. I'll put Lindsay in charge. 40% chance. Tristan, 55% chance of success. Alright, Tristan, you do it. Let's see what everybody wants. Alright, Jafal. Jafal crosses the throne room, her gait determined and confident. It seems clear that the Inquisitor has something pressing on her mind. Finally, I have news about the half-blood. I expected him to seek shelter somewhere far from your lands, but no. He was spotted not far away. Alright, so where is he? Not far from the Valley of the Dead. What a fitting place for a Pharasmite, desperately trying to rid this world of the undead. Such determination might have been an asset in dealing with Vorticai, but I wish to discuss something else. The half-blood was spotted chasing some pauper pilgrim woman. Judging by the things my agent managed to find out, the woman herself may turn out to be quite interesting. To track down the half-blood, I had to deal with a whole range of scum. Thieves, vagabonds, grave robbers. One of them located Ineo, but they preyed upon the pauper woman. Couldn't miss a chance to rob her blind. In her handbag, the thief found some ominous writings. Thinking the papers were cursed, he decided to rid himself of them by giving them to me. Do you know what they turned out to be? Excerpts from Serving Your Hunger, the sacred text of Ergothoa's followers. I've examined the stolen papers closely, and now I believe that their owner is a high-ranking priestess of Ergothoa. It seems this half-blood persists in his desires to rid the world of all my goddess's followers. He's skilled at covering his tracks, but now we have a chance to intercept him. Let's go to the Valley of the Dead and find this priestess before he acts. Then, when he comes for her, well, the servants of any deity should be able to stand up for their faith, is it not so? Let's see. Will I help you in this, or fine. As soon as the opportunity arises, we'll visit the Valley of the Dead. Thank you. I want to say this. This is important to me. I've grown tired of drowning in silence, hearing never a word from my goddess. I wish to speak with this priestess and try to discover what Ergothoa may be expecting from me. I want answers. Answers from my murderer, among others. Alright. Alright, Lindsay. Bad news. We've heard that visitors have lately been spreading unfavorable rumors about your kingdom. It's as if Erevar is a stronghold of barbarism and feeble-mindedness, where people of arts are rare and endangered. Our artists are alleged by these rumors to be considered our least valued citizens. Such rumors can't but affect our reputation. I'm afraid you'll have to entrust one of your advisors with this matter. An antique vendor... Oh, it has already started. What has? Huh. An antique vendor told me that the Order of Prisms has been spreading nasty rumors. They're one of the branches of Shellen's church. Lindsay scratches her chin thoughtfully. Here's what I've been thinking. A couple weeks ago, I saw Valerie tear up some letter. She was so terribly angry, just like she was back when her former mentor came for her. Anyway, I didn't ask her about it. That would be more trouble than it's worth. But you'll probably be able to find out what happened, and if this has any connection to Shellen. Judgment of the Gods. Well, that's quite the title. Chase my shadow. Oh, companion quest. see. Find Urgafo's follower in the Valley of the Dead. Let's see. Talk to Valerie about the strange letter. Let's see. Aside from that, craft. The warden has discovered the criminal's lair. The poacher's hideout, located on the edge of the North Nara marshes. We should hurry. Okay. So, talk to Valerie. Then go to the Valley of the Dead. No, talk to Valerie. Go to the Bald Hilltop. What else?
In due time.
Valerie, Bald Hilltop, and Valley of the Dead. And I think that's it for now, right? Oh no, and then catch Morhagon. Let's see. Keeps reminding me I forget to do. Let's dump this stuff. I'm packing the last extra stuff away, yeah. Keeping the scrolls and whatnot. Can get rid of the dinosaur bones. In hindsight, I should probably keep the scrolls of cure wounds. All right, Morhagon, right?
Follow if you dare.
So in order: Valerie, Bald Hilltop, and I think Morhagon's going to be closer than the Valley of the Dead. So we'll go there first. Yeah. What the hell? The Hell Knights. Hell Knight of the Rack. Where did you meet Darvin? Speak, or I'll skin you alive. Darvin, a fugitive pursued by the Order of the Rack and accused of a serious crimes. Lynxia came to your lands in search of him. I don't know. I don't know anything, I swear. I've never heard that name before. Please don't beat me anymore. Jesus. What's going on here? Stop this immediately. I didn't give you my permission to beat my subjects. Lawful evil. Do your job. I won't get in your way. What's going on here? Oh, do you know what background you're gonna choose for your character in Wrath of the Righteous? You have a choice? Like in this game, you didn't get the option. You just picked your class, your race, and your alignment, and you were thrust out.
For backgrounds. All right.
I didn't know they added backgrounds in Wrath of the Righteous. Let's see. This woman is suspected of having links with Darvin. We know that he bought food from her. Let's see. You have a choice, yes. Well, I don't know what are my choices. Are they single word choices, or do I have to go for a very long-winded speech for each one? Hold on, can I choose Ruler of the Stolen Lands as one of my background choices? Let's see. I'm telling you, I don't know who that is. I've never seen him before in my life. Please save me from them. One way or another, I'll find out everything I need. Stop this immediately. I didn't give you my permission to beat my subjects. No, you'll have to look it up because it's a pretty extensive list. God damn it. Alright. It seems I was right in my suspicions. An influential Hell Knight of the Order. Rack. The rule of law in these lands is just a bunch of empty words, worth no more than a wooden coin. It's not surprising, seeing their ruler's weak will. Who gave you the authority to beat and intimidate my subjects?
You.
Lynxia gives you a scoffing half-smile. Certainly not you. You don't have the guts for that. You'd prefer just sitting on your throne and benevolently looking on, while your so-called subjects set your fortress on fire.
Well, he's right about that.
Let's see. Get out of my kingdom. Guard sees her. You may continue your investigation, but use humane methods while you do. I'll say that one for now. Hopefully they don't kill anybody. Lynxia's face remains emotionless, but her voice shakes with barely hidden contempt. Thank you, but I must refuse. I despise weak authorities. It's a blessing that such rulers rarely cling to the throne for very long. If a gaze could incinerate, there would be a handful of smoldering ash right where you stand. Hell Knights, we're leaving. We'll continue our investigation somewhere else. Don't get in the way of the Order of the Rack, King. This is my final warning. They're not so tough. I could take them. Wait for the developments. Alright. That's right. I'm gonna go talk to Valerie. Alright. Greetings, Valerie sighs. Everything is well, I hope. I'm ready for new orders. Let's see. How are things with the storyteller Lindsay? Valerie smiles softly. It's amazing, but they seem not to feel insulted by my rash words. But of course, I delivered all due apologies. I hear you received an unpleasant letter lately. Let me guess. From Lindsay, right? She keeps poking her nose into other people's business. Valerie lowers her head sadly. Forgive me, Kaizen. I was hoping I'd manage this without your help this time, which is why I didn't tell you. A while ago I received a letter from a new temple of Shellen on the outskirts of Patax. From a paladin of the Order of Prisms. This time they're not demanding that I return to the Order. Instead, they want me to go there and submit to a great divine trial, and answer for all my transgressions in front of Shellen's worthy servants. Valerie scoffs in indignation. Of course, I tore up the letter and tried to forget about it, but now they've begun to plot against the entire kingdom. You're at odds with the Hell Knights. That's not good. I might reconsider being a Hell Knight if they're this stuck up. Oh. Don't let my interactions with them alter your how you do it.
They got more power.
Hold on. Let's see. Maybe if I do go there, I'll be able to convince them to leave us alone. Who knows? Maybe it would be for the best if I appear before this trial. Valerie doesn't notice herself raising her hand and touching her scar. Why is it you never just talk to me? I have to pry everything out of you. Let's see. No. Let's go there together and get to the bottom of this. I don't want to spend my time on this. Could you please handle this? No. I don't care what this order wants. We aren't going to give them anything. Let's go there together and get to the bottom of this. Thank you. I am ready to go to the Temple of Prisms as soon as you have the time. Right? Let's go. Alright. You find out they're willing to beat the information out of anybody who hears them. Oh shit, here they go again. Hell Knight of the Rack, where is Darwin now? Speak up or else. I don't know who you're talking about. Let me go. What do you think you're doing? Hell Knight of the Rack. The man who spent last night at your place is a fugitive and a criminal. I didn't know he was a criminal. He asked to spend the night on my floor. Then he left in the morning. I don't know anything else. What's going on here? Demand you stop intimidating my subjects. Lawful evil, I won't get in your way. Continue. Anytime I try to get along with them, I'm just lawful evil. Alright. Atrocious, I hate to tell you this, but you know how you know, I'm pretty sure you're going to have to go for evil.
Anti-power. That's all you need.
Like, so you can go for, the good news is you can go for that Lich Mystic path after all. What's going on here? I let the traveler inside for the night, that's all. He paid me and left in the morning. I didn't talk with him. And I didn't know who he was. Please help me. Maybe he's telling the truth, or maybe not. Soon we'll find out. I demand you stop I demand you to stop intimidating my subjects immediately. Oh my god, what is with you people?
You gotta take him out, dude.
Yeah.
You gotta take him out, bro. Take him out.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that touch up. Appreciate that. Huh. I'm actually considering playing a reformed fiend just for lore reasons, and a pretty high damage reduction bonus. Reformed fiend? You mean a tiefling? The rate this is going, I'm gonna see these guys everywhere. Let's go this way. Anybody? Nope.
Tieflings came and did them the asthma. Then elemental came.
Yeah, it's a tiefling exclusive Blood Rager archetype. Oh. Neat. Marion. Let's see. So, like, what do you get as a Blood Rager, as the reformed fiend?
Your favorite enemy.
I do what I must.
Let me see here.
If you're gonna be working with a composite bow.
Let's see. Any Hell Knights over here?
I'm off.
Yep, here's some Hell Knights. No one will be left unpunished. Everything is under control. There's nothing to worry about. Sure.
In due time.
Should never have told these guys they could run amok in my kingdom. Yeah, I probably should have just had her seized. Seized, arrested, and been done with it. All right. As Reformed Fiend, you get bonus damage against evil creatures. Very useful against most enemies in Wrath of the Righteous, and 3 times the damage reduction except against evil aligned damage. Oh, that's really good. Incredibly busted too. In exchange, you can only be of Abyssal or Infernal bloodline. Oh, so you can't be that one archetype that lets you have the bite attack? I mean, that one type of tiefling? The motherless one, I think it was called. Have Jay fall because she has a quest around.
No, you could be.
Oh, he said that the Reformed Fiend is locked to the Abyssal or Infernal bloodline.
That's because of the strange attack. Which you're gonna be gaining.
I don't know, actually. Oh. Okay. Heritage are a different thing. Wait, hold on. So, what kind of... So you mean you choose a bloodline kind of like the... What is it?
It's a class, so not a time.
Yeah, so you pick a bloodline like the sorcerer or like a sorcerer does?
May we have a moment of respite?
Sure. Just... Huh. Yes. Okay. That sounds pretty good to me. I don't really know what the sorcerer, Abyssal and Infernal bloodlines give, but everything else sounds pretty damn good. Especially the fact that you get like such high damage reduction inherently. Blood Ragers are a mix of barbarian and sorcerer. Oh. Alright then. 2 uses of angelic aspect. 6 level spells. Let's give him 2 uses of element. 7th level spells now. Sunbeam. Elemental body fire. Elemental body fire. No. So you can turn into a huge fire elemental and cast Sunbeam. Yeah, Sunbeam. And then what's Holy Word do? Huh. Nah, that's not good. Resurrection. There. Rest up.
Not many can boast both good lineage and true nobility of spirit, even fewer among your people. It is good to have such a person as a companion.
Thank you for the compliment. There aren't many of the aristocratic class in these lands, and they are not greatly missed.
So she can get along with other people. Alright. Alright, let's go capture that Morhalan fellow.
I believe I found something.
And move.
Applause, please.
Alright, Morhalan looks at you apprehensively, but his voice sounds confident. Greetings, Your Highness. I can see that my humble efforts to escape your observant royal gaze seem to have miserably failed. Well, that'll be all right. It remains for me to make you an offer that you will find hard to resist. Neutral good. Attack. I'm not listening to this. No, what are you suggesting? The very same thing that I offer all the other over-meticulous hunters and prying guards. Gold. Gold, Your Highness. All that I've managed to save and scrape up over my life. Rest assured, it's a very substantial amount. You wouldn't reject an offer like this just because some naive spring chicken decided they want to play justice. Neutral evil, I rather like this idea. No, neutral good. Attack, what a disgusting offer. You will be brought to justice. Help me, lads.
I need inspiration.
Everyone go after the alchemist in the back.
I've discovered something.
Oh, crap. Traps galore. Fine. Play music. Inspire confidence. Alright. Oh. No, she's doing it right. Alright, so I'm gonna have Tristan cast Sunbeam because I want to see the new spell at work. Stop. I beg your mercy, sire, you win. The jail is better than the grave. Alright.
Serves you right.
Sure, I'll let him live. Elemental assessor so I don't accidentally kill him. Let's try again. That didn't work for some reason.
Grant me strength.
To all the broken.
Healing fire. I need your breath. Oh, Serenray, I see your light.
Onward.
Tristan is casting defensively. He doesn't have a good concentration bonus. Oh. All right.
What troubles you?
So what triggers somebody to cast defensively? I thought I killed the guys that he was in melee with.
Anything else? Applause, please.
I'm listening.
Lizard folk skins. Yeah, a lot of them.
I do what I must.
That's gross. Let's see.
I'm there.
Let's see. Yeah, isn't it kind of redundant to take a bribe when you know that they already have all their stuff with them here? Well, I don't see a large amount of gold, so I guess he hid it somewhere else. Alright. Huh? What? Oh, man. Really? Weighed down by all the extra stuff. Alright, drop the wolf pelts. And the deer hide. Monitor lizard skins. Let's see. There. +1 armor sell for better. Ah, come on, I still miss some stuff. I'll take that crossbow. And I'll drop. Let me see. The work pelts. They're not worth a lot. They weigh a lot. Alright, leave. It's a magic chain shirt. I know, but there's I'm already carrying enough as it is. I'll come back for it later. Or not. Who knows? Alright, let's see. Deal with Morhalon. Talk to Valerie. What else is there? Temple of Shellen. The strength character for carry weight, that's for sure. Yeah. Alright, before I forget, let me go to the Bald Hilltop. Oh wait. Let's see.
Why don't we set up camp?
Sure.
I respect useful books, but who needs shallow stories? Fables about a knight who slew a dragon won't help you if you meet a dragon in real life.
Then they'll write books about me, Lindsay the Dragon Slayer. Or no, More like Lindsay, who was not afraid to challenge a dragon and get heroically eaten in her prime. Sounds good, huh?
Let's see. Bald Hilltop. Let's deal with this. All right.
I'm off. I'm there.
All right. So, nothing yet. When do I have to actually deal with this? $15 days. Alright. Well, I have been streaming for a while now, and I am a little tired right now, so I'm going to call it for today. Streamed for over 5 hours. Although 25 minutes is like me taking a break, so I don't know if that counts. Atrocious, thanks for joining me on this extensive stream for today. Unfortunately, tomorrow my schedule is the same as it was yesterday, so I will not be granted the time to actually stream. But for the remainder of the week, I should be fine. Next stream, Wrath of the Righteous. Ugh. Damn. I'm not even close to beating this game, am I? Wait. Wait, am I close to beating this game since I've been made king?
Well, you only got technically like 3 acts. Well, if you call it.
Maybe.
There's Patax, and then the Fake Kingdom. And that's it.
Oh, okay. Again, I'm already on the spot where I'm about to look into playing the next game, so forget it. Plus, I literally just asked you. So, if you're wondering about the whole, aren't I a stickler for spoilers? If I ask you, it's kind of over. Plus, since... thanks for keeping the info to a minimum. It's like there's 2 parts left. Got it. But I don't want to leave the companions high and dry. Oh wait. Do I have to go go back for that Morhalan thing? Feel Misfortune. Bloody Craft. Inform Cheryl of Morhalan's arrest. Okay, I'll do that later. When I'm done, once I've finished with him and moved on.
Would be nice, don't you think?
You ready for anything? Get to the Bald Hilltop. Never mind. Here.
I swear, there will be a day, Jaethal, that the healing light of Saren Ray touches you too.
I could joke that your sermons are so bad that they might drive me from the world. If I paid them more attention than I pay the buzzing of flies.
I hope you'll eventually fight Ilflak.
Oh.
They didn't include him in the main plot, but he is in the game. Whoever that is. Like, is that... So it's like a bonus enemy, like in, what's it called? Like secret boss fights? Wait, is this guy in Wrath of the Righteous or in this game? That you just listed. I'm not sure if I can say that name right.
Resting would be
A
nice.
black dragon, servant of Narissa. Oh. Yeah, I can totally take on a black dragon. That's easy. No problem. As long as I have all those resistance and protection from energy spells up. Alright, let's go deal with this. They got tired again? Can't do it now. Alright, screw it.
I do what I must.
Confide in me.
Let's get this underway. First, protection from fire. Communal.
Just letting the ink dry.
Then good hope. Let's see. Remove fear.
How may I help?
Protection from evil. I'm assuming.
Share your will.
Cast that. You cast this.
Adventures call to them.
Start singing. Let me think. Is there anything else?
Right here, my friend.
I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. Let's go. Oh, wait, no.
And Lindsay was called forth.
Just remembered. Cast haste.
Anything is possible.
Aha! A test of my abilities.
Taste my fury.
See, Tristane cast Sunbeam. On that ray cap tricks right there. I was expecting something a little scarier than red caps, true. But I won't complain. See, Scorching Ray. Supposedly casting Sunbeam means you can just keep doing it. See, for the duration of the spell, you can use a standard action to evoke a dazzling beam of intense light each round. Yeah. Should be listed somewhere. No? So then where the heck is it? Oh wait, is the spell bugged out? Yeah, spell's bugged out. I can't do it more than once. Which makes it a bad spell to get. Let me see. Well, red caps are plain scary when you know what dyes their caps red, but still, not exactly a world-ending curse. Still, them attacking in droves is still pretty bad. I'm surrounded, so I'm gonna... Blade Whirlwind. Alright. Alright, use channel energy. Oh shit, no, he's dead. This works though, right? Kinetic revivification. Alright, Boogeyman and Leafless Lady. This should work. Alright. Save Tristan from an early grave. Oh, he's suffering from confusion. I can't tell him what to do. Bogeyman? Bogeyman are fake? I don't know what they are. I know they're here. Let's see. Confused for a minute. Alright. Holy shit, they are Fae. Huh. That's true. If they are Fae, that means any Fae summoning spell should count as summoning them. A magic composite longbow, which is a speed longbow +2. Headband of mental perfection +6. Wow.
Dawnflower, grant me strength.
He's still confused. He's gonna be confused for the next minute and a half. And he's dealing damage to himself. Begin resting. An hour passes.
Paladins of Shaylin venerate beauty and art, but the amusing part is that they don't have the slightest clue about either.
I'd agree with you here. That's why I left the Order of the Eternal Rose. Behind their colored silks and lofty words hides common grey mediocrity.
See, the lawful neutral and the neutral evil get along so well. Atrocious, you should take this as a sign and just be a lawful evil Hell Knight.
So I still think you get ores with being the helmet.
No, we looked it up earlier. Apparently, Atrocious said that a version of the Hell Knights gets like a gaze abilities, and we're guessing those work kind of like auras, just debilitating auras.
Important, but I'd like to ask you something.
No, I'm against police brutality.
I am the law.
Yeah, but you are the law. He's right. It is just brutality. You just beat everybody up. What do you know?
Fear me. Swear to me.
Of course. What would you like to know?
It's nothing specific. I just wanted to chat. Oh, I better just start from the beginning. You see, most of my life, I used to think my sister and I were special. The kind they write about in books. Sometimes I imagined we were characters in a fairy tale with a happy ending, and at other times I imagined it was a tragedy about proud and downtrodden souls. All the bad things that happened to us as we fled Kadira, they only strengthened these silly thoughts. It's hard to stop imagining things about yourself when the herald of a god answers your call.
You had this conversation already. Yeah, I think you're right.
But then I met you.
Yeah.
I know you're no stranger to kindness and honor. But still, I'm amazed that you would show such kindness to me. A tiefling, a rootless outlander.
Let's see.
And not only to me, but also to those who I hold dear.
Of course, I look
Even though
after
we've
you.
brought you so much trouble.
We're friends.
I'm so happy to hear that. Just to know that you have a friend.
We're done here.
That's true happiness. Especially when
it's already
someone
over.
like you. Thank you for your time. Sometimes I do like to chat.
You should just chat.
Follow if you dare.
Indeed.
Alright. Well, I mean, if you're against police brutality, why don't you just be a paladin? You uphold the law and all that is good and just in the world. You see problems, and while the obvious smash first, ask questions later approach can work, you're the one that says, there's always a better way, and you try your best to find the best way possible to any solution. Because I'm not a zealot either. Okay, then be a cleric. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of clerics that don't have to be overzealous. Which is ironic. They do have to preach, but at that point, just choose who you pray to, and then you're good to go. So avoid Gorum. Don't be a cleric of Gorum. Don't be a cleric. Well, technically, Jafal doesn't go all preachy about Urgafoa. But then again, she doesn't even remember what her deity doesn't know what her deity even wants from her. You'd be a priest of cleric of Erastil. They seem pretty chill, for the most part. Let's see. The only other issue I'd say you'd run into with that is I don't think you'd be able to have the playstyle you want if you didn't go Hell Knight. Oh, you can look at the good... No, I'll be a Blood Rager. Hold on, Atrocious. Look at it this way, though. Those are the Hell Knights from the Order of the Rack. It doesn't mean you have to be from the same order of Hell Knights. There's more than one, so you don't have to worry about like the moment you pick one order, that's what you're stuck, or like the Hell Knight, you're stuck with one order.
Or a sword,
Wait, how many orders are there?
About 9.
9?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then yeah, just make sure that you're like if there's any mention of the Order of the Rack, you know to stay away from that one or oppose that one.
But they're all about the law.
Yeah, they're all about the law, but they all aren't about the police brutality aspect.
One's about magical, one's about secrets, one's about.
Name them off again from top to bottom that you can recall, bro. One's about governing magic. The other's about secrets. What's the others?
And chaos, crap like that. Guarding against creatures like
Yeah, you can be a guardian against chaos. Be the actual Hell Knights that oppose the denizens of hell. You don't have to give up just because you found out. There's a few bad option or bad examples.
Judge Dredd or Batman.
Yeah, it's like saying I don't want to be a like I would never want to be a sorcerer because I found out Tartuccio is a sorcerer. He's an asshole.
Disguise stuff.
All right. Let's see. Yeah. I know the Order of the Nail are technically Nazis. The hell?
Yeah.
What do they do? You say like, and you said technically. It's like, how do you technically be that? Like, is it? Hold on. Yeah, how exactly do they get that kind of title?
Put you in chains.
Putting someone in chains is not inherently Nazi material. Especially if it's like a giant, you're putting giant monsters in chains because, rope doesn't cut it.
So weak.
What do you mean? What about the weak?
Order of the Domain of the Tyranny actually came out for that to come out. And they're the ones that guard and enforce. They become what are known as enforcers.
They have the particularity of not liking certain ethnicities. So you mean they're really against tieflings? I have to look this up. Order of the Nail. Okay, testing. Alright, I think my mic's back on. Alright. Let's see. When you join the Order of the Nail, you can pick an ethnicity as a favored enemy, which means you get bonus damage on them. If that isn't technically Nazi, then what is? But that kind of logic, that's like a shot at every ranger that ever did exist. On top of that, they could, like, you could look at it and, like, it sounds like you just need to change your way of thinking. Like, if you're supposed to be, like, if your favorite enemy is humans, then that basically means you understand humans best, like, more than any other race. Which helps you govern, which is supposed to be a way of saying you would be helpful in governing its area. With that logic, every single Hell Knight that's supposed to govern over a civilization would have a favorite terrain of urban.
Urban Ranger. I don't know what that has because it's a companion.
Besides,
It's Rat Dog.
Unless it's like, the only way I could say that you're absolutely the Hell Knight of the Nail is just races. Like, it would say, if you're a human Hell Knight to Order of the Nail, you cannot choose human as your favorite enemy. Then yeah, but then in that case, unless the Order of the Nail does like closes their order from anyone based on race, that would do it. Otherwise, it's more like, all right, you guys are this division is assigned to a human settlement. You guys are assigned to the elven settlement. Your job is to maintain order and make sure everybody plays nice, or else.
Order must be contained.
Yeah. Plus, that's another thing. They are all lawful, so they don't kill like wantonly, or at least they're not supposed to. Like
and the highest authority is the only thing that's the strong. No weak.
All right, we got somebody coming in. Who is this? Shania. I am happy to see you, O most worthy one. A new gift and new stories await you. Again, it's not against races. When I say ethnicity, it's the country they originate from. Oh. Still, I urge you to visit me at my workshop. I wish to share with you a rumor that may lead me to quit your realm, to suddenly embark on an adventure. Please do not take long. Please accept this fine item. It has been crafted according to the traditions of Udrani craftsmanship, even the impossible kingdoms. Okay. Sure, thanks. Alright. They originate from. Alright. So it's about the country. Right, monastic comma. Eye gouger, +3 weapon.
You got 2?
She gave me 1. +3 grants me the ability to cast Molten Orb twice per day as a 5th level wizard. Whenever you score a critical hit with this weapon, your opponent becomes permanently blinded. Oof. A successful fortitude save DC 15 reduces it to the duration of 1 round, though. You about to cut the stream, by the way? Yes, I was. Got caught up in the curse thing. But yeah, like I said, thank you for showing up, and everybody else who was able to. I will be back on.
Wrath of the Righteous?
I guess so. Yeah. I will. Let me see. I work like I have to work tomorrow in the evening around when I'd be streaming normally. Normally I work in the morning, so I guess I'll just stream around then and try to rush through the rest of Pathfinder Kingmaker while I can.
Won't be able to do it.
Probably won't, but I'm gonna try. At any rate, I will see you not tomorrow, but Thursday. And until then, take care.